Great potential there. The new markets of China and India, you'll see, is still a very small proportion. What this block represents here, the bigger the block, the bigger the share of the markets or the consumption. So the USA currently consumes nearly half of the avocados that are traded worldwide. Even though there are only 320 million people, their per capita consumption is way over 3 kilograms. In South Africa, we eat about 1.2 kilograms of avocados per person per year. So there's great potential. So for subtropical crops which are new, there is still a lot of potential. If you compare it to, for example, things like apples and pears, oranges, it's difficult to get people eating more. But subtropical crops are new. They can be trendy like avocados. People want to eat more of them. Okay, now my machine is frozen, and let's try that button. There we go. The next figure over here shows on the left-hand side the commercial trade, 21. And you'll see avocados are 8th there with 2.5 million tons traded. And in value, though, they are 4th because they're a higher value crop, and there was $6.6 billion worth of trade of avocados. Move on to last year, and avocados have moved from 7th to 6th in terms of the total traded volumes. In the previous slide, you would have seen avocados was 3.6% of the volume by mass, and now it's 4.1%, and they will soon overtake pineapples. So there's a great growth, great opportunity, but not all of the crops have the same opportunity. So when we're looking at subtropical crops, it's about demand, and there's some other things as well, which manufacture of motor vehicles in this country, which is a lot of foreign investment. It also employs a lot of people and earns a lot of foreign investment. It also employs a lot of people and earns a lot of income for the country. And then we've also got sanitary and phytosanitary barriers. So sanitary are to do with animal health, so animal diseases, and phytosanitary, phyto from the plant pests and diseases, which can be a barrier to trade. And the reason for that is in the trade of fruit, we don't want to move new pests and diseases into the country where the fruit is being exported. So there are very, very strict rules based on science, which often are actually ridden by political agendas to make it difficult to import a product to a country if a country wants to protect their local production from imports. Just to illustrate the issue of the tariff barriers, in this map over here, we're focusing on South Africa and Tanzania. So Tanzania also produces avocados, a fairly new producer of avocados, and they export to India. We also have recently gained access to India. So you can see logistically they're close to India, which will be cheaper to export, and South Africa is a bit further. Their season, very similar to ours. The big advantage though they have is that they pay a 0% import tariff going into India, where we have to pay 30%. And under World Trade Organization rules, that's because Tanzania is one of the least developed countries in the world, so they are free of those tariffs. So for us to be competitive in India, we have to address that tariff issue, otherwise Tanzania will just carry on exporting. You do have clever businessmen and say, well, we're a South African business, we can't export from South Africa, so why don't we export the Tanzanian fruit? So there's always opportunity for the entrepreneur, and that's exactly what's happening. When we talk about phytosanitary barriers, most of the concern is about insect pests. So on the left there, I've got a picture of the oriental fruit fly, Bactrocera dorsalis, and on the right-hand side, false codling moth. And these are two very, very important phytosanitary pests which many of our receiving countries, be it Japan, be it China, be it India, might not have and don't want. So we have to apply special measures to make sure that those pests do not land up in the country which we're exporting to. And the import protocols from a country will specify specifically what needs to be done to make sure that you don't get those pests. It could be a whole series of actions in the orchards. It could be a cold treatment during transit, which will kill the insect pest. It could be in the mango industry, one of the big phytosanitary pest is mango seed weevil, which gets into the seed. You can see a picture on the left-hand side there, the excreta from the seed weevil. Rather unpleasant to get that in your mango, which you've paid a whole lot of dollars for. But more importantly, the country importing doesn't want to get that pest in their mangoes or other crops. So there's a whole set of protocols that are followed to get your fruit into a new country. When you want to get, say, for example, avocados into China, there's a process that runs from government to government. And it was Nelson Mandela who said that the wheels of government turn very slowly. And he wasn't wrong. He said many true things, and that was one of them. And these government-to-government processes take a long time. And what it is about is making sure that we don't export a pest or disease. And it's a very complex process. It starts off, and you can see the system there. There's a pest information package which the country of origin provides. And they have got to say all the pests and diseases that could be a problem. They submit it to China in this case. China will then go through it and say, well, we don't have pest X, Y, and Z, and we believe that it can be a pathway in the fruit. And then they say, well, what are you going to do to mitigate that risk? So there's often a mitigation treatment, which I spoke about. Could be cold treatment, could be irradiation, could be a series of actions that you take in the orchard and in the pack house, etc. When they agree to how you're going to mitigate it, there's an operational work plan. The foreign country comes out, their National Plant Protection Organization. You've got to make sure that you stay in that market by adhering to the pest and disease protocols. So we talk about in the industry, grow, gain, retain, and optimize your exports. Gaining the market is what I showed in the previous slide. Retaining is make sure that you stay with those protocols, and if there are new pests and diseases that introduce themselves to your country, for example, the oriental fruit fly, then you must have a mitigation for that and optimize your markets in terms of tariffs, etc. So you're into a market. We've spoken a little bit about competitiveness with the Tanzania situation, with India. Let's have a look again at our world map, and you'll see a whole lot of avocados strewn all over the map, and those are the major exporting countries for avocados in the world. South America and Central America being the biggest. So Mexico is by far the biggest exporter and producer of avocados in the world. They export about 90% of what the USA consumed. Hot on their heels is Peru, which is growing, Chile, Colombia, those South American countries, even some produced in Brazil. And if we look at the latitude, a lot of those countries produce in exactly the same time as South Africa. If you focus on Africa, you will see in the middle there that you've got Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Zambia, even into Angola now, Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda starting to grow avocados, competing with us, and we've got to make sure that we can answer that question, which I posed in one of my first slides. Can we get the product to the market and still make a profit? And how do we do that? We've got to make sure that we've got good quality, that they'll pay a higher price. We've got to make sure that we can get it there reliably so that they can say, every Monday we know we're going to have so many avocados to go into the supermarket program, etc. So competitiveness is important when considering subtropical crops, as with any other business or fruit crop. And so, yeah, we're looking at the Africa situation there. But let's look at what it means to have access to new markets and look at the case of lychees. So I've put a lychee there, or a couple of lychees next to Madagascar. Madagascar is one of the biggest producers of lychees in the world. Most of their lychees grow, let's call it wild, and they have small farmers that pick the lychees and take them to central pack houses, which are run by foreigners, which export a couple of shiploads a year to Europe in the same time that South Africa does. Very big problem. They can sell at a lower price. Their production costs are very low. How do we overcome that? We've recently, in the last 10 years, had access to the USA for lychees. And the next slide shows on the left-hand side the export of lychees in total from South Africa, and you'll see it jumps up and down because that crop's very, very temperamental. It also has alternate bearing. It has issues with flowering, climatic conditions, very challenging. If you want some challenging research, we need answers. Lychee crop needs research. On the right-hand side, I've got a graph which shows lychee exports to the USA. And on the left, on the horizontal axis is the years, so 20. But then the last 2 seasons, we've exported nearly 500 tons total, 5,000 tons, and a lot of that has gone to the USA. And the reason for that is that we don't have competitors in the USA. We are free to price. So very important, new markets in terms of competitiveness. So we consider all of these things, and you say, well, there is opportunity. So, well, there is opportunity for entrepreneurs. There's opportunity for people that want to grow the product. There's opportunity for people that are exporting, importing the product. There are lots of opportunities, but it does come with its difficulties. But difficulties, when overcome, have their rewards. And these industries that I've spoken about, the avocado industry is prospering. The mango industry is needing some sort of a breakthrough in new markets, new cultivars. And all of the industries, though, do fund research. And as I said in my introduction, there are research opportunities. Now, again, when you're working in a smaller industry, there might not be the funding that there is, say, for example, in a citrus industry or a palm or a stone fruit industry, but you do have the opportunity in that the production of these crops and any other subtropical crop commercially is relatively new. So there are more problems that need to be solved. So as a researcher, you've got an opportunity to make fairly large strides in a crop where little work has been done. And there are a number of areas where research can be done, and this is not an exhaustive list. But as I've stressed market access and what that means to an industry, and what that means to an entrepreneur, and what it means in terms of wealth generation, mitigation treatments need to be found that are less detrimental to fruit. I can give an example. We have access to Japan for avocados. Avocados, being a subtropical crop, is not that tolerant to low storage temperatures. They're very susceptible to chilling injury. We have a cold treatment which does work on very mature fruit of 2 degrees C pulp temperature for 19 days. We would like to be able to say we don't need that, or we have an alternative treatment. We need research to be done to show either that we don't need to do that treatment because the fruit itself is not a good host for the quarantine pests, in this case fruit fly, or we need to say, is there another kind of treatment, some sort of fumigation that one might be able to do, which will also kill or render the phytosanitary pests unable to reproduce. So there's a lot of scope there in post-harvest physiology where people can say, can the fruit handle the new treatment? But it's got to be multidisciplinary also with entomologists and plant pathologists as well. Then on the breeding and selection side, and I probably don't need to say much on this, but it all goes about what you select in the beginning, what your genetic material is. I'm old school that doesn't really understand genomics, but I know that in the genetics, there's a lot more potential that we can exploit with new cultivars that store better, that produce better, and ultimately can be more profitable and more competitive. So there's a lot to be done there. Propagation. We know very little about stock-scion relations, for example, in avocados, mangoes, and lychees. Nursery techniques to produce the fruit more easily. Tissue culture still in its infancy. There's so much to be done. On the production side, we need to optimize our yields. Irrigation, nutrition, tree manipulation is actually still in its infancy and is probably where it was 30 years ago with a little bit of advancement. And then on the post-harvest side, with markets being distant and with taking 30 to 40 days to get the fruit to market, how do we preserve the quality? So my point of view is there is a lot of opportunity in the subtropical industries, whether you want to produce it, whether you want to research, whether you want to sell, but it doesn't come without its problems. But where there's opportunity, there's always some gain to be made if you are willing to grasp the opportunities. The subtropical industry is one which is for you. And lastly, I said, what's going to happen in September 2027? Because I begin the platform here, I'm allowed to do some advertising to pay the bills. In 2027, South Africa is going to be hosting the World Avocado Congress in Cape Town from the 6th to the 9th of September. You can see our website address there, or Google World Avocado Congress 2027. We've got a website up and running. You can see some details. We probably will open registration about a year before the time, but that's going to be an event where we've got people from all over the world. We're expecting 2,000 plus people. So we'll have South Americans there. Brush up on your Spanish so you can speak to them. We'll have people from China. We'll have people from India, Europe, the USA, South Africa, the rest of Africa. Put it in your diary. It's going to be something very much worthwhile attending in 2 years' time. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
A round of applause once again. Thank you very much. We are ready for questions. Can we see by show of hands those who have questions? 2 questions, 3 at most. Sorry, just raise up your hand once again. 1, 2. Any other? 2 questions. Do we have roaming mics to be please taken to the delegates for questions?
Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, I just want to find out from you, say that what is the, or are there any quantity notional difference between export and locally consumed product?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Can you repeat the question?
Are there any quantity nutritional differences between export and locally consumed products? Thank you.
So is the question, are there any quality differences?
Nutritional differences. Nutritional differences.
Sorry, I'm not getting the nutritional differences, okay. Right, let me take that question. So are we gonna let's do, okay, I'll take both questions and then I'll answer them.
Thank you for your informative presentation. I just want to bring you back to your phytosanitary section. You mentioned the false codling moth. I just want to know, is the false codling moth, or any of the subtropical fruits that you mentioned susceptible to false codling moth? Because I was just under the impression that the biggest problem with false codling moth is in the citrus industry.
Okay, I'll answer that. Okay, let me answer the 2 questions. So the first one was, are there any nutritional differences between the export and the local crop? So let's start off. When a farmer produces, it's very seldom that he says, I'm only a local market producer or I'm an export market producer. So he produces a crop, it goes to the pack house. The fruit, depending on the markets as well, whether the local market or the export market pays better, the fruit is then sorted in the pack house and graded according to the standards for the specific market. So in general, the external quality blemishes are fewer on export markets. So it all looks nice and shiny and new. But what's inside is exactly the same. So the question you might ask is, well, is the nutritional value preserved when it is exported in a shipping container for 3 weeks? And that, I think, in general is the case. If the quality of the fruit in terms of integrity is preserved, your nutritional value will stay the same. Obviously, if you have rots or a lot of moisture loss, you might lose some nutritional value. But essentially, the difference between export and local fruit is what it looks like on the outside. But on the inside, it's just as good. Then the second question about false codling moth. False codling moth is a big problem in the citrus industry, in the deciduous industries, but avocados, mangoes, and lychees are all hosts for false codling moth. The difference is in terms of the International Plant Protection Convention's definition of what a good host and a poor host is. For example, avocados will be a poor host for false codling moth, but nonetheless still an issue. So what might happen is the importing country might say, okay, we'll accept a an approach where you do a number of different steps to ensure that you haven't got false codling moth in. So you've monitored in the orchard, you've sprayed your crop, you've sorted in the pack house, and you've had an inspection to show that there's nothing in the consignment that might accept that. Where you have a crop that is a good host, they're going to require a harsher mitigation treatment. And so in the subtropical industries, that's part of our fight, is to say, for example, with fruit fly, a Hass avocado is not a host for Mediterranean fruit fly because it's got a thick skin, and when the eggs are laid in the fruit, there's actually a cyst that forms around, or callus that forms around the eggs that they will not hatch and reproduce. So we do have the problem, but it's not as bad as in some other crops. But our challenge is to convince the importing country that we don't need such stringent measures.
Thank you. I just have a question. What do you think is the risk that other African countries might outcompete South Africa in terms of export of avocados? And as a sub-question, do you think it is actually wise to ask farmers to actually go to other African countries because it's cheaper to export to main markets to start farms in countries like Zambia and Tanzania?
So there's definitely an issue with competition from other African countries, particularly in the early season. So the further north you go, the earlier you're going to harvest. So Mozambique, Zimbabwe, Tanzania all clash with our very early season fruit. But if you look at the opportunity in the export market, there is an opportunity there because that's when our major competitor, Peru, is not on the market. So you want to be early, you want to be late. So things are going to change all the time, and you even have farmers that have got growing avocados in South Africa, and they're growing them in Mozambique. So if my shop is doing better in Cape Town than in Joburg, I concentrate on my Cape Town business. So nothing's static. And with new trade agreements like the Africa Intercontinental Free Trade Agreement, we also have issues where maybe fruit is going to come into the country, which we can't control, which will compete with our fruit, which is happening. But what the farmer has to do is make sure that he yields as high as possible, so his production costs are low as possible, and that he produces a quality product which is reliably supplied. Because in the world of global supply, you think about when you go into Woolworths or Checkers or Pick n Pay, people are highly upset if there are no avocados on the shelf. So in order to maintain that, there's got to be a reliable supply. So our logistics, our ports, all of those things have got to be up to standard to keep us competitive. It's not just what happens on the farm.
Thank you. I'm just curious to know, the avocado industry is definitely, expanding, but does that imply that another industry is decreasing? I just wonder where the extra land is coming from. Thanks.
Yeah, so land's an issue, but land with water is actually really what counts. And if you look at a lot of new avocado plantings, for example, in KwaZulu-Natal, it's sugarcane land, dairy land, and in the traditional producing regions, a lot of forestry has now gone to avocado. So where previously there were pine and blue gum plantations, you'll see avocados being planted there as well, which is also, it changes the balance in the economy in those areas because sawmills are reliant on input from forestry, and so sawmills employ people. And a lot of the forestry companies are cognizant of the fact that they need to have a certain volume to keep their sawmill going, as whereas actually from the sawed timber is where they make their money. So yes, land with water is a scarce resource. And for example, in the Eastern Cape in George, in the Southern Cape in George, a lot of that land is sort of dairy and vegetable land, which is also going over to avocados.
Thank you very much. I'm realizing there could be a whole lot of interest on the, interacting with the presentation. The speaker is going to be with us, so please don't feel really totally limited. You can always engage. Outside this session, you can always engage, and have more of the issues that you have actually clarified. Thank you very much. May we just
Thanks very much, Derek, for the thought-provoking presentation. Thanks, everyone, for your questions as well. We just have a couple of small gifts for Derek to thank him from the Society.
Thanks a lot, Derek, for the presentation. Thanks once again. A final round of applause for him. We are proceeding with the program. We are going to the next speaker, who is Prof. Azuyangwisi Nesamvuni. Please welcome, Prof. Slideshow now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the introduction. Mine is on the development of enterprises led by women and youth for sustainable smallholder farming in Limpopo. This is work that we have done, funded by the Water Research Commission, with a series of stakeholders that worked with us. We were almost like in a center with 4 doctoral students, 2 masters. We were given an opportunity to collaborate with many institutions and working with the communities in the Musina local municipality and also in Trilamela, depending on the communities that we were working on. And we also had an opportunity to link internationally with other universities and institutions. As a way of background, in terms of smallholder agricultural enterprises, just a review, the opportunity private enterprises, and a good example of those is the provision of mechanization, which the Limpopo Department of Agriculture did extremely very well. Can also have an opportunity for forward linkages enterprises where small-scale milling or agro-processing can be part of the scheme. But the focus of what we were doing was more on the market-oriented enterprises, the hawkers, the traders, though with difficulty in terms of prices at farm gate. But the challenges that we still grapple with even today, and it will continue for some time depending on the circumstances, is the low entrepreneurial spirit. Mostly the men are ahead of the women in terms of linked to the rights to land, the discussions that we were just having now, water, finance and market, and also the impact and risks associated with smallholder farming, including finance, marketing skills to comply with quality standards for fresh produce and food processors, And the synopsis of what I'm going to share will also indicate that. Also, issues relating to roles and responsibilities, especially for the women, single mothers, the young women who are part of this space that we're talking about, and also the impact of water provision, land, access to irrigable land, the impact of infrastructure as well. This is just a picture that we have taken during the study. This is the pack house that has been developed by the department, which is in the Ngwanedi area in Musina, which is linking smallholder farmers to the fresh produce market. In terms of our study, we were looking mostly on the model for agricultural enterprises led by women and youth, looking into characterization to stakeholder interactions, to economic development model that we can use, and also looking into the commodity and value chains that are a potential, but with recommendations in terms of policy that could be workable. Just to give you a picture and the scenario that we are looking at, this is the picture we took at Hagumbu. These are women that has been organized into a cooperative under the department, and they have got services that they receive from various institutions. And here they were packing okra for the Johannesburg fresh produce. And typical for this area in terms of its aridity was the use of underground water by the smallholder farmers. So we were operating in the Wembe district, Madimbo Corridor, Musina municipality, and the Mutare Valley in the Tulamela municipality. And a total of 294 women participated in a variety of work that we were doing. This just gives you an impression of how things looks like in the Limpopo in terms of temperature. The more you go in the east towards the north, the more arid you find yourself in terms of the geophysical side of the story. And this map just indicates the aridity index. The more darker brown it is, the more arid, and the green semi-arid. And that was the characterization of the area where we were operating. I thought because I've got very limited time, I should just show and share with you the synopsis of the work that we were doing. We looked into how sustainable this could be from an institutional point of view, the social side of things, the environmental, and the economic. Looking into the social sustainability side, focusing on the women that were part of the work that we were doing over these years. They were mostly female. We tilted our scales towards the women, adults between 36 to 59 years, with little education, 27% to 28% with primary education, 40% with secondary education. The participants were mostly not formally employed, self-employed, with 34% who were full-time farmers. This is how it looks like in some of the land that we visited in the area. And in terms of the environmental, I've shown you the aridity of the area, especially in Madimbo. It's arid and to semi-arid. In the Mutare Valley, semi-arid to some humid. And what is happening now with the work that we have been doing was the notification that it is becoming more of winter cropping than in summer because of the changes in climate, with the adoption of surface water, mostly some going into underground because of the lack of reticulation in the area. And those that are doing irrigation scheduling are doing so mostly without the backup of science. And that is the gap that also needs to be done. In terms of fertilizer, they combine both the manure and the chemical, and it's mostly the issue of costs, but making sure that they maximize the benefits that they have in terms of resources they have in the area. We were focusing on tomato, okra, and butternut. So all those three crops, they were using pesticides maximally. And in terms of markets, in terms of some commodities, the pack house in Ngwanedi was very instrumental. It's operated by Timbali, which is coordinating markets of the smallholder farmers to fresh produce, and some also selling at farm gate. Economically, most of the farmers are producing for selling, re-emphasizing that indeed they are market-oriented, but with very loose value chains. I've indicated that in terms of natural resources, compost and manure are maximally utilized, and they're combining it with inorganic, especially in terms of looking at the agroecological and economic indicators. Tomatoes is being shifted from a summer to winter crop, okra being a summer crop in the main, and butternut being mostly at the farm gate in terms of market. We did a study in terms of just looking into some indicators. The average land size, cultivated area for tomato was 3.7 hectares, okra about 2 hectares, and butternut 2 hectares. And in terms of the land aggregated by all the farmers in the area and also projected for the province, tomatoes is still taking the most chunk of land, and okra, because of the pool in market, it's also following suit. In terms of the estimated total value earned by smallholder agricultural entrepreneurs, tomato is earning them a lot of money, with both informal and formal prices auguring well for smallholder farmers at that level of land. These are just the estimates, parameters that we have used. In terms of market, mostly farm gate, with more hawkering that is going on, with Mozambique coming in for export, and that it's actually creating a pool for them to earn more income. In terms of labor, it's mostly exclusively women that are part of the labor for all the work that is being done. And it's auguring well in terms of employment and also income, saving them also in terms of labor-related costs. In terms of institutional arrangements, we looked into matters relating to institutions that are helping and providing services to smallholder farmers. And what we found out was that in the study area, there is a need to clarify the roles and responsibilities of various institutions. And stakeholders should also be assigned in terms of leadership, their roles and knowledge base, to avoid unnecessary duplications and also conflicts that may come in terms of services coming in. Also, individuals that provide particular solutions in a multiplicity of challenges that these women and young women, youth farmers, find themselves. We adopted also our agricultural model that we have used with students over a long period of time, where we look into natural resources and matters relating to the economics of the commodities that they are producing. In this case, I was showing you matters relating to tomato, okra, and butternut. Smallholder agricultural enterprises in terms of management and matters relating to job creation policies, R&D, and other services being implemented in Limpopo. In line with the previous presentation that was done, we also did work looking into subtropical crops, looking into the potential of underground water, ensuring that there may be an expansion in terms of areas that smallholder farmers are doing, not only in vegetables, but also in subtrop. This is the map that is just showing the potential for avo, litchi, avocado, and mango in all the 4 districts of Limpopo. This is the integrated crop model that one of the students did for all the 4 combined. These are some of the major objectives that we have achieved in terms of our network with academics and what work can still be done in terms of SMMEs and the support of smallholder farmers. And the key to that was there is a need to constantly support them with the model to predict crop suitability. There are more and more new crops that the farmers would like to attempt in the quest to make more income in their various areas, and the geophysical parameters that are changing that should guide them in terms of maximizing income. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. A round of applause once again for Prof. Nesamvuni. We do welcome questions. 2 questions, 3 at most from the floor to Prof. Nesamvuni. I'm not seeing any hand. Oh, there is one. Over there, 1 question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to just take you back to your marketing slide. I don't know if I read it or interpreted it correctly, but for okra specifically, I saw that the informal market was valued about 16 Rand per kg, where what I assumed to be was a formal market was averaged around, I think, 6 Rand per kg. I want to ask, why is there such a massive difference? Okay, sorry about that. Let me repeat the question actually. I was going to take you back to your marketing slide. Specifically for okra, I saw that your informal market, that the okra was valued about 16 Rand per kg, compared to which I assume is the formal market was about 5 Rand or 6 Rand per kg. I want to ask, why is there such a massive difference?
It was the same with all the crops. With okra, they were fetching more money if it goes to fresh produce than the local market. I think that was the big difference. With butternut, they were getting more income in the informal market when they are selling at farmhouse than they go into the market. With tomato, they were making more income at the local market with higher prices, mainly because they were also getting a higher income because of the export to Mozambique. That was caused all that high differences that we had, yeah, which was interesting for us. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm seeing a second hand. Over to you.
Okay, thanks for your presentation, Prof. I just want to find out from your own observations the results that you get in terms of tropical and subtropical crops, specifically on the area that you were surveying. Which fruit trees do you think can be recommended in that area, putting into consideration the climate? Thank you.
A very interesting question. I never had enough time to share on this part of the subtropical fruits. What we realized was that we actually need to integrate, when we did the suitability of all the avocado, mango, and also lychee, it's in the same sort of suitability, and in the Wembe in particular, the Hatton soils are very good because they are very deep. For them to make income, it's not which particular crop they need to do. It's rather to spread and maximize income on the basis of the 3 crops. In other words, you find your avo in winter, and you will get your lychee in summer and your mango in summer as well. So the best way is for one farmer not to go monocropping, one for mango or avo, but to have the integration. We never come up with a level of, if you have got 5 hectares, which is the limit that traditional leaders will have, how many avos you need to have in that 5 hectare, and lychee and mango as well. But the results that we got are pushing us to that level where you need to have one farmer where you will recommend an integration of the subtrop in one farm rather than just one crop. Thank you very much. A round of applause. Thanks a lot, Professor, for the presentation. Thank you. I will now invite the next speaker, Dr. Sunet Lori to please come forth and share your presentation. Doc. Seem to be having a little issue. Please, assistance. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you about our sweet potato program in terms of rural development. You can see this is by various authors, also from various organizations, which we acknowledge, as well as some of the funders. So today I would like to emphasize two of the new funding programs we have and maybe get to some of the impact of our R&D program. I think if we look kind of at the definitions for rural development, it can be something like striving to improve the quality of life and economic well-being of the population residing in the rural areas, which in many cases such intervention starts with agriculture and then maybe follow out into multi-sectorial programs, because we do acknowledge that rural development is a complex issue and doesn't work well with just one solution. So sweet potato is quite an important crop. I think the main reason for that is because of its versatility, the relative low input, the hardiness, and also the nutritional value, containing a number of phytonutrients in addition to the normal minerals, and of course the bioavailable provitamin A in orange-fleshed sweet potato. And that enables addressing a number of the SDGs of the United Nations, including no poverty, healthy living, and nutritional issues, of course. So the ARC has been running a research and development program for sweet potato the past 7 decades, generating and transferring research-based knowledge. I think some of the most well-known of those are the varieties developed. I think up to now there's about 33 released. The sweet potato scheme, and also which are supported with our crop protection and diagnostics program, the optimization of production, and also starting to introduce process technologies. Did it move? Yeah. So to start off with the first project, which we received funding from the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform since 2023. The major aim there is to improve and fast-track the development of varieties, and also to look at exploring the optimization of processing. So the objectives include, for instance, accelerated breeding with a big focus on climate resilience and nutrition. Also to acquire some modern facilities, such as glasshouses and high-tech equipment, and also to include modern technologies in the program, and to characterize varieties in terms of their processability. So this starts on the top left with hybridization, but from there the seedlings are already planted in different environments with different selection pressure, and only the ones that passing through all of the locations will continue into our. At the moment we have about 360 lines in those different phases of the evaluation. In the brackets you would see names of posters that will be related to the different subjects. There is also the quick screening for wilt in the glasshouse, as well as the nematode screening by University of Limpopo. We had some presentations on that yesterday. Our sweet potato scheme, where we produce with disease-tested plantlets, it still continues with about 18 to 20,000 plants being produced per annum. Then on the bottom right are the new kind of processes being developed, also through other funding streams, not specific. For instance, the high content using NERS, the genotyping, looking at metabolomics, remote sensing, as well as the root phenotyping, which are all supporting our breeding and other efforts. And as I've mentioned, also a big focus on the qualities of the different varieties, detailed chemical analysis to identify the best ones for the best, include those into product development, which can be, for instance, developing spirits, frozen dessert, baked products, etc. So all of this feeds into the technology transfer. What is very important for our advanced yield trials, which contain the elite varieties or lines, elite lines, the farmer participation in the selection of the best of those lines is very critical in 5 provinces. And the trials are also farmers in the production, best production practices for sweet potato, exposing them to products, but they also assist us with evaluation, taste evaluation of the varieties. That enable, of course, to select the best lines, which can then proceed into the cultivar demonstration trials, which are also in 5 or 6 provinces per year. It's mostly based on requests, especially by Department of Agriculture in the different provinces, different with the varieties, including, for instance, purple faced sweet potato, and at the same time assist them with information on cultivation, and again expose them to the different options in processing. For the second project, we are being funded by the Technology Innovation Agency, TIA, and the main purpose there is expanding of agro-processing of orange flesh sweet potato to create economic opportunities and also to foster some partnership. So we are tasked to have 3 market-ready products incubated in 3 SMMEs, basically to mitigate pre- and post-harvest losses that occurs in the value chain of sweet potato. So that includes the enterprise support program, expansion of primary production, and also mentorship of both of those, and also partnership with a number of organizations to enable this expansion. So you can see some of the kind of products like chips, orange flesh sweet potato pasta, breakfast porridge or flakes, baby foods. Just to mention a few, there are also numerous baked products you can make energy bars, you can basically mention anything. So how the enterprise support started was with expression of interest to identify some of this, and we're working very closely here with the CSIR and SunBio. Each of them then received the product specification sheets, they approved it, and we prepared prototypes, which they then also had to approve. And now the next step is to venture into the nutritional analysis, etc., microbial analysis, shelf life, packaging, and also to do some market and consumer testing. So these enterprises are well spread into 5 provinces in South Africa, and gladly include both males and females. So in terms of the primary producer, includes scaling up of the nursery program as well, which is a collaboration with the Dalrit project. In the range of 104 potential growers were trained in 4 provinces, with this objective to engage farmers in how is multiplication and distribution done, how to run it as a business. Yes, so the principle of enterprise and business skills are quite important there. And then also to include training of the primary producers that's supplying our SMMEs for processing, to be well trained in production and supply of orange flesh sweet potatoes particularly. There was also an outreach program in the Eastern Cape. Actually, we have quite a long history with the Eastern Cape Department of Social Development since 2009. And this was quite a large boost to that program due to the high child malnutrition in that areas, focusing on those 3 sites in the Port St. John's and in Tabankulu area. And it's not only with social development, it's actually a forum that they developed in the Eastern Cape specifically to address child malnutrition, including social development, Department of Health, Department of Education, as well as Department of Agriculture. So during, I think it was August last year, about 200 parents, educators, extension officers, and officers from social development did this 2-week intervention, reaching out to schools and creches, actually prepare the sweet potato soup and introducing it to the parents and the children to promote orange flesh sweet potato. And they also did this high numbers of donuts. It was quite a hefty exercise. So in the end, around 800 children from the creches were introduced to tasting those orange flesh sweet potato products. Yes, so what is it you can take home from my presentation? I think the critical components in our research and development program is that it's multidisciplinary, it's a full value chain approach, and also the value that we receive from farmer participation, and it's actually created. Also, obviously, one would want to see sustainability in any rural development program, and we are glad to say that 2 of the growers we started with in Lusikisiki in 2003 are still growing orange flesh sweet potato, and they were actually key persons in that outreach in the Eastern Cape. They are all Smallholder vine growers that's been with us since 2014. And I must mention, of course, our program is not only focused at smallholder farmers, it also serves the commercial industry, and we also do semi-commercial evaluation with commercial farmers. What is the kind of impact agricultural economists will breeding programs, which obviously include sweet potato here in South Africa, and found a return on investment in the range of 1.3. We can look at the value of the virus-tested material. You can have a yield loss of heavily infested planting material. The value of biofortification is extremely difficult to estimate, but I think you can see the kind of value it can have. And then specifically, we made available cultivars with favorable drier texture and taste, but still with good yields. And you can see there on the Makone market in Venda, where that's 60% of the production or of the sales. So we acknowledge still that rural development is complex, but I think through our agriculture approach, where we also link up with other partners, it does reach into some other aspects, and we do sincerely acknowledge that the adequate funding we receive now, it's really contributing considerably to our program. And with that, I would like to acknowledge also all our collaborators, co-investigators, farmers, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. A round of applause for her once again. We are now at that moment where we may ask questions if there are some. 3 questions. Raise up your hand, let us see. There is a hand that side. Any other question? It appears we do have one question. I'm not seeing any other hand. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Chairperson. Dr. Lori, you mentioned that sweet potato could derive various products such as crisps, pasta, and baby puree. So what I want to know is that are there varieties that are being developed by the ARC that are specifically linked to developing those products? And if there are, what will be the unique profiles or attributes of those varieties? Thank you.
I would say that the development of varieties is not specifically focused at processing, but rather to characterize, develop elite lines and varieties to see their ability or suitability for processing. So for instance, obviously, if you look at flour production, you would need a high flour yield, and you would be interested in the viscosity and other qualities that make it suitable for processing. So I think the major addition to the program is to actually characterize the varieties, to identify then for those various research facets on product development.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the presentation. Do we want to give her a final round of applause? Thank you very much. We are proceeding with the program, and I'll now invite Dr. Nkosi Nomusa to please come forth and share your presentation. Do you want to encourage her as she climbs the steps?
Good morning, colleagues. Maybe just a bit of context. You know, I grew up in a very rural village, and I recall that, you know, in my childhood, we used to wake up very early in summer, very early, like maybe 4, 4:30, and we will go and work in the fields. And, you know, you'll be coming home from school and you are hungry, and in summer, like you get home and it's just mealies for lunch, or it's just freshly harvested pumpkins or something. But I observed, you know, that it sustained us over the years. It did, and even now when I go home in summer, I know that I can enjoy fresh harvest from the fields. And for me, it sparked interest as I went to varsity and I studied soil science, and I had this interest to understand how have these people, like local farmers, how have they managed, you know, over these years to produce sustainably, and how do they acquire this knowledge? So it sparked an interest in me to actually focus my research towards indigenous knowledge or ethnopedology. So that's what I'm going to be talking about this morning. There's this quotation that I came across some years ago. It says, the history of soil, other than of its genesis, which is a concern of pedology, is a history of its perceptions and consequences of its use. So this basically means that soil is more than just an innate layer, you know, or just dirt, as some of us will refer to it. But actually, it is a living record, you know, of the interaction between human and nature. And over centuries, people have actually had that interaction or that close connection with soil, right? And how people manage it or how people use it, that actually is very important for us to understand, so that we can ensure that we actually sustain this very valuable resource. So over the slide there, I have some key themes that I want to go over in my presentation. And it's mostly centered around smallholder agriculture. Obviously, these are the holders of indigenous knowledge. And it's important, this knowledge is very important to them because it has helped them to produce, it has helped them to sustain their livelihoods. So this is an opportunity, if we are studying smallholder agriculture, to incorporate their knowledge in actually ensuring that the resource is actually sustainably maintained. And what is this knowledge that actually they are using, and how can we explore it? And now, I mean, like, there's ethnoscience, and obviously even with soils, we have ethnopedology, which actually is a human-soil interface, and it is actually helping us to understand beyond just scientific concepts that we have, to understand how actually farmers understand their soil, how do they use their soil, how do they manage their soil. And this is a very context-specific understanding of soil properties. And we come to understand why is that important for us to understand as scientists. And then I want knowledge, with scientific knowledge for sustainable management practices. And also, I mean, it's not really a very straightforward thing. There are challenges when we intend or when we think about integrating these knowledge systems. But there are opportunities for us to actually integrate these two knowledge systems. And eventually, I want to talk about how this is contributing to sustainability in smallholder agriculture. You know, there's now this relatively new concept of soil security, which actually looks at how can we maintain and improve soil, right? Productivity, and it's actually centered around these 4 dimensions. And the one that I've circled is the one that actually hasn't been explored much. We have done a lot in the other dimensions of capacity, codification, condition, and capital as scientists, but then connectivity, which is also another very important dimension of soil security, which deals with now that human-soil interface, which actually looks at what do people know about soils? How do people use soils? How do people manage soils? There isn't much really that we have done, right? We have done some work there, but I think we still need to do a lot more. And if you look on the graph that is there, you can see it's actually the trend over the last 23 years in terms of ethnopedology research. Yes, it has increased over the years, but you can see that it's actually not a steady increase. And most of this research is not necessarily done by local people. You find that it's researchers from developed countries that have invested into studying indigenous knowledge in Africa. You know, and I think that is actually may misrepresent the perceptions, right, of the indigenous people. So it's very, very important. So this is a concept because, I mean, we have this problem of soil degradation, low productivity, loss of soil fertility. So if we are to understand and integrate all these dimensions of soil security, we can actually achieve more sustainability, right? And this knowledge has been studied a lot over the years, as I said, and this is actually from a review that was done to look at soil or ethnopedology research over the last 23 years. And it shows that people do have knowledge in terms of soil fertility management, in terms of soil quality, soil management practices, and also some of these studies have looked at the potential to incorporate these two knowledge systems. So from this, we have learned a lot about what farmers know. I think I need some water. Can I have some water? Sorry. Thank you. Okay, I apologize for that. Oh, yeah. So these are the main themes that have been covered in research and have shown evidently how deep or how vested in knowledge our local farmers are. And I have just some few examples that I want to go through that we've taken from some of our research that we have done to show this kind of knowledge that farmers have, right? We looked at, for example, we looked at physical properties. It's mostly what they can see. But what was interesting is, you know, it's a holistic view that farmers use when they actually classify their soils. There is a link between the naming of the soils and the management of the soils and the fertility status of the soils. So it's not just a name, right? It's not just a name that has no meaning, but the name is actually more broader. As you can see, the criteria that farmers use are much more broad, and they look at how the soil is affecting productivity, how the soil is affecting certain functions of the soil, and also how does it affect the productivity or crop yields, for example. So the naming of the soil carries a lot of information. So when they say isibomvu or when they say the soil is this, it actually carries a lot of weight, and it has a lot of meaning in terms of how the soil can be used. Then we actually also looked at, okay, if farmers are classifying soils and they have knowledge of, or they can name the soils, can they acknowledge the spatial distribution of the soils, and how do they do this, and how does it relate to scientific mapping, right? And we saw actually even here that there was correlation between these classification systems, because even for farmers, very, very important when they are delineating like soil classes in the landscape, right? And this actually resulted in a very, very strong correlation between scientific mapping that we did, and also local soil maps. And it's not just from our study that we found this strong correlation, it's actually has been reported by many people who have studied indigenous knowledge and studied soil classification and tried to establish this correlation. So there are some complementary aspects, knowledge and scientific knowledge. And also, we then looked as well in terms of soil fertility. Are there any links between the two knowledge systems, right? And as I did mention before, that the naming of the soil, you know, the taxonomy is actually practical, which carry a lot of meaning. So there is, as a result, a very big relationship between the local soil classification and the use of the soil. In this case, when you look at soil fertility, for example, so a name, when someone is talking to you and referring to a certain soil type, a local soil type, already it will carry some interpretation in terms of how that soil is perceived, in terms of its fertility status, for example. And we found that they use a lot of local soil quality indicators to actually describe or differentiate between soil local indicators, right? And these are very, very complex local concepts that they use to actually differentiate between different soils in terms of their fertility status. So it's a very, very complex approach, but we found that it's actually farmers, as much as they have this complex approach, they lack knowledge in terms of the mechanisms, right, that will explain why certain soils will behave in a certain way, or why they will actually have certain limitations, right? Then also, we then looked at, okay, if farmers can evaluate soil fertility, if farmers can use these local indicators, how does this correlate with our quantitative measurement of soil fertility? And most of the time, there is very, very strong agreements between the soils that farmers, or piece of land that farmers will say it's fertile, and those that they are regarded as bad soils, right? But in some instances, as what we found here, we found that there wasn't really an agreement. So we found that soils that are actually considered as fertile, when we did the fertility assessment, we found that they were actually not significantly different in terms of the elements from those that are regarded as not fertile. So this means that as much as farmers have capacity to assess the soils in terms of their fertility, they lack inadequate, or rather adequate knowledge in terms of identifying yield limiting nutrients at the correct time. And so they lag behind, because mostly what is used is crop yields, which can lag behind in terms of picking up the limiting nutrients in the soils. And so we want to encourage integrating local knowledge and scientific knowledge, despite having these discrepancies between the two knowledge systems, which are methodological, epidemiological, and validation mechanisms, and also more importantly, power dynamics, because often we see scientific knowledge as being superior to the local knowledge. But I think moving forward, rather than being pessimistic, we want to be optimistic. We want to look at local knowledge and scientific knowledge as playing equal roles, like complementing each other, so that when we look at it like that, we can see opportunities for integration. And also, like, so, or production of this hybrid knowledge that can ensure that we actually sustainably maintain our soils. I think I'm running out of time. I just had few examples where we actually looked at how farmers maintain soil fertility, and we wanted to maximize benefits of already existing practices in their local farms. And one of the villages we worked at, we saw that farmers actually practice crop diversification in their fields. So each field will have a number of crops growing at the same time, and these residues will be retained all at the same time. These are different crop residues, and we wanted to show them how they can maximize benefits from these crop residues. And so we did an experiment, and just to maybe recommend to them what would be the best combinations if they were to compost these, if they were to maximize the benefits for the current crop. What are the best ratios that they can apply these crop residues? Will they benefit from co-composting them prior to application? And that seemed to be the case actually from our incubation studies, that if they can co-compost them before, then they will maximize benefits for the current crop. I think I will leave it at that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and thanks a lot, Doctor. If there is a question for the doctor, please, the time is now. Any question? I'm not seeing any hand. There is one hand over there. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. I'm from the Northwest Province. Then, majority of farmers that side on the northeastern part of the province, they prefer darker soils for crop production. Then majority of the soils on the other side, it's these lighter soils. But the experience that I have on that is that the production on the lighter soils, that is lighter in color, is more than on the darker soils. So I don't know what advice can we give to the farmers so that we can convince them to change maybe the crop type, or maybe they can change from the area that they are farming on to the other side, especially on the eastern part of the province. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to make sure that I got your question, you're saying farmers consider the dark soils as preferred soils for cultivation, right? And they produce on those, but there's less yield.
Farmers on the northeastern part of the province, but on the other side, the southern eastern part, or western part, they prefer lighter soils. So for the farmers on the northeastern prefers darker soils, but the yield is low. So I don't know whether it's management or is the soil content that result in this low yield. So that is why I'm saying, what advice can we give to them so that they can change from that soil, or maybe from those crops to other crops?
Okay, I think I understand now. Well, I mean, the question of yield is not necessarily just a soil issue only. Soil is just one part that can explain the yield being low, right? It could be the climate, it could be other factors as well that will actually influence yield, okay? So, and also it could be just the suitability of the soil for the crops that they are planting. Like the soil may not be suitable for those crops as much as it is a dark soil. And it may be a dark soil, but for example, we have humic soils, which are dark soils, they have high organic carbon, but they are acidic, right? They are highly weathered and highly leached. So despite being dark, they're actually very acidic. We need to deal with the acidic problem, with the low pH problem. So there could be a number of reasons, which is actually why we need to integrate their knowledge or complement these knowledge systems, because in that case, farmers may not pick up the chemical fertility in the soil, because they're just using like the color, for example, as the indicator to say if it's dark, then it's fertile. But the chemical fertility of the soil is actually very low. So that is where I think the integration of the two knowledge systems can actually improve local management of local use and management of the soils. Because I think in that case, there could be those kind of problems that are actually explaining why farmers will be getting low yields. Maybe they just need to put lime or, yeah.
Thank you very much. A final round of applause for the doctor, please. I'll now take this opportunity and invite Professor Gabopofu to also share her presentation. Do you want to do something as she comes up front?
Can you fix this one? Okay, it will pick it. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Gabo, as indicated by the chairperson, and I will be sharing with you the work that is funded by Water Research Commission, done in collaboration with the Agricultural Research Council and the University of Mpumalanga. I'm going to try and summarize because I see it's only 10 minutes that we allocated. I will try to be as short as I can so that we can allow some questions if possible. The title of the project that we are engaged in is Sustainable Urban Agriculture for Addressing Food, Nutrition Security and Socio-Economic Development in High Populated Areas. And the study will be only focusing at the city of Polokwane. Those are my co-authors. Just the background of the project. The issue of urbanization, I think all of us, we know about it. We have a major movement of people from local areas or rural areas to urban areas. That was due to the opportunities that were presented by those cities or those metros before. But the question now might be, are those cities still really presenting those opportunities to people? And the question, I may try to answer it, even though it's not scientifically supported. I may say, at some hand, no. What it is causing is that right now, we're looking at urbanization as a threat that is leading to increased demand on some of the resources, such as your land acquisition, the health, and other social amenities. So most importantly, it is that it is threatening the issue of food and nutrition security. And that's where the project is coming on board. That's where Water Research Commission thought maybe we need to do some intensive studies on the issue of urbanization and urban agriculture. What can be done to curb this issue that we are now facing, or the threat that we are now facing as countries? It's not just South Africa. If you look at the pictures that I'm having right now, it's just, picture A is just a city of Polokwane that is really growing very fast. And we can see on picture number B, where we are having people who are trying their level best to increase production using other agricultural production systems. And this system is called the rooftop system. Unfortunately, under Polokwane Metro, we do not have this system. Unfortunately, that picture is from Gauteng, but we intend to have under this project. The other one is just to show the people who moved from the rural areas thinking that they will find those opportunities, but only to find themselves on the streets. The project background, let it continue, but I'm not going to dwell much on this one because I've already indicated we need sustainable agricultural systems in these poorly dense cities. We need to produce, though we do not have space. So as I've already indicated, ARC is the lead in this project. UL is partnered with ARC together with the University of Mpumalanga. And the study will only focus on the city of Polokwane. Let me just give a smaller background before I can get into the slide. This deliverable that I'm presenting is deliverable number 3. We had deliverable number 1 and 2. 1 was literature view, 2 was mapping. So before we go into this deliverable number 3, this slide, we had to go around the city. First, we went to our partners, which is the Department of Agriculture. We wanted them to provide us with a list of those people who are engaged in urban agriculture in Polokwane Metro. And unfortunately, we only had 5 farmers. In fact, there were 4 who were actively participating, but only for consumption. So that was the list that we got from the department, and then from that list, we had to work from that one. So the first thing that was done from that list was to go around now, use what we call snowballing. Then we got farmer-to-farmer support, or farmer-to-farmer, what do we call it? Information distributed through farmer-to-farmer. We ended up having more than 30 farmers at that moment. Then all those farmers that we had, most of them did not have too much knowledge in agriculture. You'll find that they only have a tree at home, a fruit tree. If you look at the fruit tree, it's not even producing anything. Then the first thing that came to our mind was that, can we train these farmers? Can we teach these farmers how to produce using their backyard gardens, using other systems that are available, vertical systems that we know? Then that's when this home gardening started. So it was used to promote the air-rich vegetables. It serves as an avenue to enhance food security, which we already see. It really served as the channel to improve relationships. So we've seen this in action. These are just the pictures of the farmers that we have now at the moment. Farmers were taught on how to use the bag system, how to use whatever is available in front of you, your bottles, anything can be used to produce. So we are fighting food insecurity, nutrition insecurity at the city of Polokwane, together with our partner, the Department of Agriculture, ARC, and UMP. If you look at the pictures right now, we have got the tire, you have got your container, you have got your bag, you have got your rooftop, you have got your fields. You have a farmer right now whom we found that he has got a shelter, but is not doing anything with that shelter, and then we suggested that he needs to produce the seedlings for the city of Polokwane, and he is currently doing that perfectly so. There was an objective there, I guess all of you were reading during that time. So, as I've already indicated prior to collecting the data, that is what happened. That is bullet number 1. And then bullet number 2 is already explained too. And then bullet number 3 is already explained, the method that we used. The last thing that we did was that we had to get ethical clearance, since we were going to work with human subjects, which we obtained at the University of Limpopo. This is another methodology. There were questionnaires under the deliverable number 3 that were dispatched among our farmers. Then these are the 2 questionnaires that they used. For effective collection of the data, the questionnaires were converted to 2 languages, English and Sepedi. So these are some of the variables that were collected from the last bullet. Data that was collected started from A to G. We had 8 variables that we collected. And the first one was the socio-economic characteristics. The second one was the household food availability. Are people having food? Household food access, can they access the food? Household food utilization and diversity, what are they eating? Is it healthy, nutritious, or food production status? That was very important to us to know. Since we have trained them now, how are they producing? What are they doing with the product? Can they be able to go to the market with whatever they're producing? The capacity, training, infrastructure, implements, and production inputs. Also that one we wanted to see, and we are currently very busy on that one of capacity, training, infrastructure, implements, and production inputs. Another variable that we collected was sustainability of food production. Shouldn't be just produce, there should be sustainability. Another thing was that to have facilitation of the collection of data, the students that we were working with were very clever to assist us to develop a tool, Kobo toolbox, that assisted us to load the data and to make it available as we needed it. So working with youngsters at times sometimes really benefit. I saw it on this project. So that was how data was analyzed. Just under Polokwane, I am lately reporting that we had more farmers under the suburb that is called Flora Park and Westernburg. If I can just briefly say, Westernburg was one of those areas where we were just taking pictures on the pavements and a fruit tree next door because you wanted to record something. But as we speak right now, you go to Westernburg, it's one of those hubs that will give you what you want. So that is just a picture of me trying to package what they're having and showing them how to package it. The socio-economic characteristics, I'm not gonna dwell much on it. I know all of us can read. This is available if you need it. Under household food availability, we were very happy that people do not go hungry as we speak. You look under never, the first column, you see that people do not go hungry after we finished with the training. Household food access, how much do they have? You can see never is ranging from 75 to 97%. And then utilization and diversity, you see the diverse foods that we are having right now. And what we can report that makes us very happy is that right now, people are not just producing, but they are even trying to process what they have. The training. Look at the pictures, we have the training. We do out the seedlings to the farmers. This is a church, so we're serving communities at large. And then we have ARC people who came on board to come and assist us in terms of training. So this slide is just about the training. I'm trying to rush. What we can just conclude here is just we have more female participants under Polokwane, and what is really worrying us is that most of them are pensioners. So I can just say 90% are pensioners. They are the ones who are interested. Youngsters, not yet, but we're still trying to see whether we can get them on board. The project is ongoing. We right now having more than 60 participants. We'll be launching the project, Urban Agriculture under Polokwane, together with the department very soon. Hopefully it will attract more people than we thought. Special thanks goes to the ARC and Water Research Commission for the funding. Those are just my team, UL, department, and ARC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for the presentation. Colleagues, if there is one burning question for the professor, please just raise up your hand. Any burning question to the professor? There is a hand over there. Over to you, sir.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, in the study, did maybe you also looked at the economic part of it, looking as to ways, comparing it with those products that are imported from the rural to the urban? And also, are you looking forward to commercialize it and maybe produce? Because I just looked at the pictures, most of them are young people, which maybe can be motivated if they can work on something that will bring also the money to them. And also, when you look at the production costs in urban, especially focusing on water availability, I think that when the economics comes in, just looking if it is economically feasible. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the last one, the production cost. We're working with economists. Those will be the people who will be looking at that, but we are not yet there now, because we're still starting. The project is still at a very infancy stage. So most of the things now, we are still trying to train the farmers to at least go to a level of producing for consumptions. Let's try and curb this issue of them now going to the market and buying from the money that they do not have. So once they pass that stage, is then that phase 2 of the project may, because we have got when we're doing the survey, we had an option where they were asked, one question was, are you having anywhere where you can expand if you taken to another level? And most of them, they do have available land, not in town, but outside. So when they reach the stage of now being able to produce for their consumption, even get a smaller market, test the market, is then that those cost implications can come on board. And then the second one, I heard that you're talking about the issue of the youth. There are youth. Yeah, youth is, we don't have much. We're still trying to get them on board. Most of the people that we get in Polokwane, they are elders. So 90% of them are from 60 upwards. We do not have most youth. We're trying to get, but we do not at the moment. But we fulfilled, because if we start with the parents, then the kids will follow, seeing what the parents are doing. They do not have anyone to copy and see what life is all about. All they can think about is just to go to Gauteng, go to Joburg, not knowing there is Joburg in Polokwane. So that is what we're trying to build right now with the old ones. The first one, I didn't get it that much, but I don't think, yes, all right.
Thank you very much once again, Professor. Do you want to give her the last round of applause? We're continuing. I'll now invite the presenter for SAGNASP. If you could come upstage and share your presentation. I've not been provided with a name, SAGNASP. Please come over and share your presentation. Do you want to welcome him? He's coming. There he's climbing.
Good morning. Tobela. Legai. Good morning. Gabona orogare. Hobi manyana. Hobi manyana. But anyway, Nagale Vizogen na Putian Wagaletualo. My name is Putian Letualo. I'm the acting registrations manager at SACNASP. And yes, we are here as per the invitation to come and give a presentation about SACNASP and explain exactly who we are, what we do, and also try to resolve some of the issues that we had that our scientists are having. So what we're going to do, we'll just look at an overview of our mandate as a SACNASP, the operations priorities in advancing the natural scientific professions in South Africa. By the way, I'm not alone today. I also heard that most of the challenges that our scientists are facing are with regard to the finance or the finance allocation. So I've got our very own Dito, who's gonna answer some of the questions that you might have, and we will try by all means to resolve whatever the issues that you have. We'll be here for the entire Congress. So if you've got any questions, we will have a table there by the door. You can come and visit us. So I will go to explain as who we are, our mission, vision, values, strategic objectives, the delivery on the mandate, NSP Act of 2003, operations and priorities of SACNASP. So, as most of you might know, or all of you might know, the South African Council for Natural Scientific Professions, which is SACNASP, is a registration and regulatory body of natural science professionals in South Africa. SACNASP was established in terms of the Natural Scientific Professions Act 27 of 2003, the NSP Act, as amended by the Science and Technology Laws Amendment Act of 7 of 2014. So in terms of the vision, mission, and values, vision is to leading the development and advancement of natural science professionals in South Africa. The mission is to provide an efficient statutory council for the recruitment, registration, regulation, and advancement of the natural scientific professionals to ensure high-quality services for economic growth and societal benefit. The values, SACNASP will be guided by the values of independence, non-discrimination, diversity, inclusiveness, honesty, integrity, respect, non-partisanship, innovation, diligence, responsiveness, and collaboration. In terms of SACNASP's 5-year strategic objectives, which was from 2019 to 2024, which was last year, we are proactively advising government and relevant stakeholders on the contributions and the role of natural scientific professions in South Africa. We are enforcing high professional and ethical standards for the natural scientific workforce. We are promoting the natural science professions and science engagement in South Africa. We are also promoting the professional development and transformation of the natural science sector in South Africa, and fostering culture of good corporate governance. We'll be touching on some of the initiatives that we've undertook over the years regarding all these objectives. The mandate of SACNASP, we register, we enable, we advise, and we regulate. That's in summary. So what I will be doing, I'll unpack the whole four elements or the factors of the mandate, as starting with the registration. We register natural scientists. As I said, we also enable registered scientists through lifelong learning. I'll explain that as well, and also advise the government for policy and decision making, or also protect the public, the profession, and the environment. In terms of the registration, we are, as I said, acting as a NSP Act 27 of 2003, Section 18 of 1, which states that the categories for registered persons in natural scientific professions, I believe that all of you might know that we've got 3 categories, which is a candidate natural scientist, a certificated natural scientist, and the professional natural scientist. And while I'm still on this one, on this slide, I must also make an indication that we are going to have a bill or a new bill that has been going through some processes where we are going to add a 4th category in this one that will be technologists. So in the very few months that are coming, you'll probably have a say or like public commenting on the bill. It is currently sitting with the minister. Hopefully he will sign it soonest so that we can have that and finalize it. So Section 18 of the legislative provision states that a person may not practice in any of the fields of practice listed in Schedule 1 unless he or she is registered in the category mentioned in subsection. In all the presentations that I've given, I often ask as to how many scientists or how many delegates are registered scientists that are in, good state with the council. And often I find very little, but yet they are practicing. So that is in a way an offense. We must protect our very own fields or the professions in terms of complying. Remember, the registration of SACNAS, one of the most important things for compliance. So if you are practicing without having to be registered, you must ask yourself if you are doing good for this country. Section 20 states that only, I often say it like in bold to say like only registered people or person may practice in consulting capacity. Maybe just to give like a small story on this one. I'm a former lecturer. I've trained a lot of students in my years of lecturing. And one thing that I've tend to realize is that my very own students that I've trained, they often, register their companies, which is good, but most of them were found not to be registered, yet they are saying they're actually doing justice to the field. I'm an animal scientist by registration or / agricultural scientist. So one of the most important things for us is to protect this science field by, like I said, compliance, registration. In terms of and professional, for candidate, they recognize natural science qualifications at appropriate level that can lead to an above category. So what do we mean by entry category? Any newbies from the universities, they can actually register to be a candidate scientist, but only with the qualification that is relevant or that is registrable with SACNAS or in alignment with the requirements of we have started doing over a couple of years now is that we are evaluating the qualifications of the universities. We're no longer going to evaluate individual qualifications. As you can see, the whole hall is full. Say all of you are from one university, and we go to look into each and every one of you's qualification. It's gonna take longer than it's actually taking now. So if we go on to university, we feel like it will in a way cut the turnaround time of the application. So that's another one thing that we are all currently looking into putting in place. For the certificated, we take a recognized 3-year degree diploma at NQF level, plus a 1-year experience. In candidate, like I said, is an entry category. There's no experience that we require from that. certificated, we need at least 1 year of experience. And over the couple of months now, we actually take internship as an experience as well. So prior to that, it was not recognized as an experience, but we now consider that to be a relevant experience. And the relevant, we're talking relevant in the space that you are applying for. We do still get applications of people that are in, like, marketing or whatsoever, but they go to say, like, they apply for to be a scientist, which is not a relevant experience. For the professional, we recognize a 4-year degree at NQF level 8 plus a 3-year work experience, or MSc degree at NQF level 9 plus 2 years work experience, or PhD degree at NQF level 10 plus 1 year work experience. So in all this, the certificated and professional, in certificated, we will also need 1 mentor or a referee, and for the professional, we'll need 2, a mentor and a referee. So those are some of the requirements that we need. And a plea from us to our scientists is that let the people that you nominate know that you have nominated them. And again, make a follow-up if they've submitted whatever the report that we request from them, because you will apply today and they'll take 2 years for them to actually provide us with the report that we want. And our scientists are calling the office, thinking that is the office that is actually delaying their applications, whereas it's not the office. So please make sure that you follow up with the nominated referees or the mentors. We also have what we call RPL, or the recognition of prior learning, which is we mostly look into the people that don't have a formal qualification, but they've been practicing in the space or the field for over 10 years. So what we mainly do in this case, we go to seek for a POE that they need to provide us, and then we'll also engage them in terms of the interview, just to gauge if indeed they know what they've been doing over the 10 years that they've indicated. In terms of the fields of practice, we currently have over 26 fields of practice, starting from A to Z. And agriculture, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we've got horticulture, crop science, and soil science in here. One of our current biggest challenges are in agriculture, or is in agriculture. The challenge that we have, and what I mean of applications that are coming in agriculture. What happens is that if any qualification is not being recognized in other fields, they throw it in agriculture. So you got to find a lot of applications that are sitting in agriculture. So we have quite a lot of applications that are sitting in there. And my plea again, I know my chair in agriculture is somewhere, is that the VAs, that being of crop, horticulture, as well as agriculture, can we at least have people, the VAs needs to step up, provide us with people that are qualified or registered professionals that can come and assist in evaluating the applications that are sitting in agriculture. I am going to share, as I go on, the numbers. There's thousands of applications in agriculture. There's thousands of queries that we receive from agricultural students or aspiring scientists. And the only way to actually alleviate such is if the VAs come into action. Come assist us. As an office, we're not doing the actual evaluations. We are more admin, but the evaluations are being done by our own scientists, our own industry people, but they often don't want to avail themselves to do that. You get a call from a professor, you get a call from a manager somewhere, say on his subordinates that have previously applied for registration. And you go to ask if the person that is inquiring is willing to come and assist. And they often let us down to say, like, they're not ready to do that. So if you are complaining to us, come up with solutions as well. We will appreciate that if you do that. As of last month, we were sitting at over 18,283 registered scientists, with 7,907 that have been professional natural scientists, 2,260 certificated natural scientists, 8,116 candidate natural scientists, and as I said, we've got over 26 fields of practice and 49 voluntary associations. We've got 26 fields of practice, we've got 49 voluntary associations. If these VAs can at least provide 3 people from their VAs to assist in the relevant fields that they've been registered for or that have been recognized, that they've been registered or recognized for, we would not have such a long time of the outcomes that our aspiring scientists are waiting for. So I'm very hard or passionate when it comes to the young scientists, waiting there to get their certificates. And it's as if we are the gatekeepers, and yet we are not. We actually want to assist, but it's the VAs. The VAs are the ones that would need to drive SACNASP. They are the most integral part of SACNASP. They need to come into play in this time of our lives. The registrations by fields, as I said, you can see as like agriculture is leading the pack, followed by environmental, geological, and the animal science. The extension science as well is chipping there. In terms of the growth over the years, you can see that like we're really growing, since 2016. SACNASP is really growing, quite rapidly. So if we do get such, we still have, like I said, thousands of applications waiting to be evaluated. If we get that, people that are willing to assist will gladly appreciate that. We do have some, milestones that we have achieved as SACNASP as well. I'll mainly talk to the one of 2023, where we have partnered with UJ to fast-track this alignment of higher education institutions and natural science programs. That's the one that I've just spoken about, to say like we are currently going over the universities to see that we evaluate their qualifications, and we also actually play an advisory role as well, to say, okay, if the qualification is not in alignment with SACNASP, what is it that SACNASP requires in the qualification? Because we also have quite a lot of applications that are sitting that are not registrable with us. They are not in alignment with us. So that as well, we need to make sure that like in future, we move away from that. Because scientists don't understand, like, I'm from Last Europe. I apply to study not knowing much about what I'm applying for. So when I got to graduate, I only find after graduation that my qualification is not in alignment with SACNASP. What must I do then? It's too late. So us having to be there as the universities are drawing the programs, we feel like it will in a way, help going into the future. Year-on-year registrations by gender as well. As you can see, our female counterparts are already, like really leading the pack. As from since 2022, 2023, we have seen a rise in their numbers. As from comparing it to 2019, 2020. Registrations by race as well. My black counterparts are leading the pack, followed by the white counterparts, Indians, and then the colored communities. This also paints up the picture of where SACNASP needs to also, focus, go engage more with the communities or the societies to see that such numbers are not as they look, to try and improve the picture of these graphs. And in terms of the registrations by age, like I said, young scientists need us more. Young scientists, where we received over, I think there were about almost 10,000 applications from young scientists. So we need as many hands as possible to see that that long wait is alleviated. In terms of enabling, like I said, we enable lifelong learning value chain. This is where we are going to talk about the CMP programs and the CBD programs that SACNAS have initiated over the years, making sure that our scientists are engaged on daily basis as to what is happening around them. The candidate mentoring phase, which is actually being run by the VAs. The VAs are the ones that are carrying on this one, making sure that they are scientists or young scientists get to be mentored to be the relevant scientists, relevant professionals in the space that they are operating in. So how are they, or what is it that we expect the VAs to actually instill in these young scientists? Is the technical competencies in the field, the business management, factor or element in their development, the emotional intelligence and soft skills, legal ethical training, technology and IT skills, written and verbal communication skills. I mean, the world is moving so fast. The world is moving at the very fast pace. We no longer need that a scientist with, the work labs. We need a scientist that knows what is happening around the world. No longer an animal scientist only, but you need to know what in the market is, or what those animals are contributing in the market as well. So those kind of things are the ones that we are saying, let's install in our young scientists. So the candidate mentorship phase program was implemented in 2020-2021. The program is aimed at building a pipeline for next generation of skilled natural science professionals in South Africa, ensuring the transformation in the percentage representation of natural science graduates from designated groups. And the SACNAS, in collaboration with the VAs, as I have mentioned, is assisting graduates to be ready for work by providing them with the skills relevant to their field of practice. We also have what we call student enrollment programs, where to introduce students to the professionalization and going forward to build entrepreneurial mindset in science students, and projects to turn theory into practice. Natural science student chapters as well are being initiated with various universities across the country. We also have what we call a SHE-STEM, women and girls in STEM. So what we do in these programs, we are targeting primary schools in previously disadvantaged communities, where we go to engage and entice young girls to be or to fall in love with science. We've just not so long did this program at the University of Limpopo as well. So we are in a partnership here with one of the American companies, which is also very passionate about developing young girls. So this is one of the programs that SACNAS are running. And we're also doing the CPD, or the continuing professional development, where our senior scientists as well goes to develop themselves as they go on in terms of the intellectual property rights, awareness, appropriate training, adequate and relevant work experience, well-developed communication skills, strategic and management skills, ethical conduct and awareness of legislation, and attention to detail and quality of work. This is actually in support of the white paper that was published in 2019, where it was scientists who participate in science engagement activities will be awarded continuing professional development points by the Council for Natural Scientific Professions. I saw the list there by the door where they say you need to sign for your points. The program is being, we've got offerings in the form of webinars, supporting development events, and partnerships for CPD events. Like I said, I think I saw somewhere that we are the other sponsor of this event. So that's where we come in as well, to see that such events are a success for our scientists to get that exposure. Our mandate, or what SACNAS stands for, like I indicated or alluded to, is that we rely on VAs. We rely on you. If you are not acting, then SACNAS is stagnant. I've just had engagement with some of my colleagues here to say they've got these bright ideas of where SACNAS can head into, but you are not coming to us. You're sitting there by the corner with those brilliant ideas. You're not engaging us. Go to your relevant VA, speak to the president, And the president needs to be someone who's also active. He or she must also be engaging with SACNASP on a daily basis. We need to know what our VAs want. For us to drive in the direction that you want us to go into, you need to engage us. I can't just sit there in the office and think for each and every VAs that is in the country. But if they come up to me and say, okay, we've got 1 and 2 things that we think can assist SACNASP to move in the right direction. That is what we want from you. That is what we want from you. So colleagues, the presidents of the VAs, let's get into work. Let's help our young scientists, because they are the ones that are mostly suffering. Every job opportunity, they want SACNASP registration. The applications are sitting there. Get your people in the VA to act, to make sure that they assist in the relevant field as a belief. We also in the science communication and engagements. I think you know what was happening just a couple of months ago with the rat infestation in some of the towns in Johannesburg. Our scientists were also involved in those kind of discussions, making sure that the communities are actually well informed as to what might be happening or what might be the cause of such situations. In terms of the strategic advice for the national development, we also developed the reports to the government to inform policy and decision making and taking science to society through science engagement and communication activities, or a science engaged citizenry, and responding to the ministerial directive. We also promoted the natural science professions and science engagement in South Africa through SACNASP events to promote science engagement and professionalization. The university campaigns aiming science students to explain the benefits of registration with professional body. We do go give talks, mostly these times of the year where most of the we go there and give talks of the importance of this. And we also have during the graduation where we actually award best performing students. And I think I'm not mistaken, we grant about a laptop and a registration for a year of that particular top student. And we also do the exhibitions at the conferences to give the registration among practicing scientists. Hence, I'm saying we'll be here for the entire week and just trying to make sure that we solve whatever the issue that our scientists might have. And we also employer engagements to encourage employers to professionalize their workforce. Employer champion program, we also award such employers. By the way, one of the things that SACNASP is going to do as from this year is that we are going to have our own conference where all scientists will be invited to come and engage. So we will be communicating the dates and the venues in the coming few weeks of where our conference is going to be. This is one of the ones that look good. Honoring the natural science professionals, like I said, we do that. And the other thing that I actually forgot to mention as I finish up is that any NRF rated scientist, we also pay a special attention to them. Their application is not as normal as the other ones, because as a rated scientist, we feel like you've been searched enough, you've been scrutinized enough to actually, get you that we might need just, either like a letter confirming that you are a rated scientist, and then your application goes through to the registrations committee, and then you get your registration. So there's no waiting, period or whatever when you are a rated scientist. We also foster strategic partnerships to advance the natural science professionals. We have a collaboration with the CAST, which is a China Association of Science and Technology, that we also, engage with on most of the times. In terms of the regulatory, like I just said, NSP draft bill is with the minister. So we're just hoping that in the next couple of weeks it's got to be signed, and then it will go for public commenting, and then from there it will go to the parliament and make it a law. The regulation of the natural science profession, registered scientists are bound by the Code of Conduct, revised COC, gazetted in October 2022. We also have a robust whistleblowing services and complaints from the public scientists. So if you've got any issues or complaints about SACNASP, you also have your right to actually raise that through our dedicated channels, and then it will be attended to. SACNASP and professionalization of the public sector. Not so long, President did indicate that all public sectors and private sectors need to be professionalized. So make sure as a manager, make sure as a boss, make sure as a CEO that all your subordinates, all your peoples are actually professionalized in a sense that they need to comply, and compliance is having to be registered with the relevant body or council. Strategic objective priorities from 2024-25 to 2029 and 2030 is to increase the number of registered natural scientists, ensure greater retention, and enhance the efficiency of the registration process. Obviously, we are also working to make sure that our registration processes are actually AI driven. So a scientist will actually, in not so long, log into the portal and actually see if they qualify first to register with SACNASP. So they can actually evaluate or assess themselves before they can put up the registration. And this is to actually, save the money. Remember, currently, when you do the application, you pay, and if your registration is not in alignment or your application is not in alignment, the money is lost. So with this initiative, we feel like we will be saving money for our young scientists. And then to ensure high professional and ethical standards for natural science professionals, to promote the professional development and transformation of the natural science professions through lifelong learning programs, and to enhance and promote the contribution of the natural science professions through science communication and engagement, and lastly, to foster the strategic partnerships and collaboration to advance the natural science professions. And then the value of professional registration. I know a lot of the times I get to be asked as to what is it, or what is in for us. Firstly, legal compliance. Remember, as a registered scientist, you are now one other thing that I've seen or that our scientists are not all well aware of is the professional indemnity insurance, which with a preferential rate. So what we are saying with the indemnity insurance is that it's optional. You take it to come and protect you in the future. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. So if you've got this insurance, you are going to be represented. SACNASP will provide you with the lawyers if it's something that has got to do with, the courts and stuff. As I conclude, I will not, emphasize the importance of you as the VAs in our movement. So if you come to nominate people that are going to help us in evaluating, assessing the evaluation, that would be very much appreciated. And the horticultural, it's a plea. I haven't really heard much of your stake. Like, you are missing. You are missing. Horticultural, you are missing. Soil science, I've seen them, I've spoken to them a couple of times. Crop, I've talked to them a couple of times, but also they are not as visible as much. So please, avail yourself to come and make sure that we alleviate the backlog that is in agricultural science. I thank you.
Thank you, SACNASP, for the presentation. Fortunately, SACNASP will be here with us throughout the conference, right at the registration desk. If we have questions, please let us go and interact and engage. Of the pressure for time, we will not be having advised that the next session has to begin at 11:05. I'll just briefly invite Prof. Pofu to just, and then we can just go quickly have the tea and proceed. A round of applause for SACNASP for the presentation. Thank you very much. I'm told if there is any questions related to finance for SACNASP, they are only here today, so you will need to just go to the desk and check that today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Doc. Just a few announcements. The first one is the issue of collecting the meal ticket, the lunch one. Please don't forget, each and every person will not eat if you do not have the ticket. Collect at Nancy. Even tomorrow, you collect the ticket, 12:20, you go to the kitchen, we collect the packages, we go to the no meal. The third one is the signing of the indemnity forms for excursions. Please, let's all have those forms signed at Nancy. Tonight's braai, you have a ticket, a white one that is written networking. That is the ticket that will be used at the entrance at the braai venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you once again. We may just proceed, quickly grab tea and proceed to the next session. Thank you very much.
So just a little bit about the basics of soil carbon balances. So there's a lot of carbon in the soil, and changes in carbon stocks occur when the carbon input is not equal to the carbon output. The carbon output rates, they're not so much affected by grazing management, so it's the carbon input rates that determine the changes in carbon stocks. Now, grazing can impact the carbon input rates. So first, and I think most importantly, grazing impacts the growth rate of the vegetation directly. And then most important here is what happens below ground, so the growth of the below ground plant parts. Then grazing could have an impact on the transfer of carbon from above ground plant parts to the soil. So think about animals that eat vegetation, produce dung, and that dung is then incorporated into the soil, for instance by dung beetles and earthworms. And also important, grazing impacts nutrient cycles, and the nutrient cycles on their turn have an impact on the growth rate of vegetation. So, assessing the carbon dynamics as it's impacted by grazing management is quite challenging. Mimicking grazing systems under small-scale controlled conditions is unrealistic, so you can't do it like a crop trial, have some small fields, small plots, and copy what farmers would do, because scale is very important. The landscape and vegetation heterogeneity have a major impact of the grazing behavior of the animals. An alternative is that you do studies on commercial farms that implement different grazing systems. So that's a good alternative, but they can also easily be confounded by biophysical, socioeconomic, and management factors. I would say that high-density farmers that practice high-density grazing is not your average farmer. On top of that, it's quite challenging to measure carbon inputs into the soil and rangelands. We can measure carbon stocks, but actually measuring the inputs of carbon into the soil is something very difficult. And on top of that, soil carbon and vegetation indexes, they respond slowly. And any change in carbon stocks, any change in the carbon is measured against a huge background stock in the soil. So small measuring errors can easily lead to wrong conclusions. So therefore, we often use modeling studies of soil carbon to complement field measurements and estimate long-term soil carbon dynamics. So in this study, we assessed long-term changes in soil carbon dynamics in response to grazing management on different sites in the summer rainfall region of South Africa. We evaluated the carbon model's appropriateness to simulate soil carbon dynamics under South African conditions. So do these models work and where do they go wrong? And then we looked also at the additional methane and nitrogen oxide emissions that are associated with high-density grazing, because you keep more animals, and cattle are major sources of methane and nitrogen oxide, and compare that with the global warming potential of these emissions, compare those emissions with the amount of carbon that is sequestered in these systems. So as a model, we used ROTHC. It's a very widely used soil carbon model. And we used a pseudogonal sequence of soil carbon sequestration in rangelands in the Highveld that were previously converted to arable land to test the model. So there were arable fields, and they were converted back into rangeland, and then the amount of carbon that was built up over time was followed. It's a pseudogonal sequence because it was not done for a single field, but basically fields that were converted at different periods in time are compared with each other. I say it's used to test the model and not necessarily to validate the model, because it showed whether the model gave realistic results, but we do not have data on the input of carbon into the soil, so it was not a full verification. So then this model was applied to 11 sites in 4 regions, in Northwest, the Eastern Cape, the Eastern Free State, and the Central Free State. And at each site, there was a farm pair that was identified where we conducted a fence line comparison. So data on soil carbon from a farm where high-density grazing was practiced was compared with a neighbor that was practicing conventional rotational grazing. And then the data from these farm pairs was used to simulate the additional carbon inputs from plants required to simulate the observed increase in soil carbon under high-density grazing since the time of conversion. Then we used the model to estimate carbon sequestration rates, and we used different scenarios for that. because there's a lot of uncertainties about carbon input rates and how many more animals can be kept on under high density grazing. So we said, let's look what's realistic based on values in literature and what farmers are doing, and we developed some scenarios. So we had an optimistic scenario where 90% of the manure was assumed to be incorporated into the soil, and we assumed that high density grazing leads to a doubling of the carbon inputs from plants into the soil. There's a neutral scenario where we assume 50% of the manure gets incorporated into the soil, and high-density grazing does not lead to any increased carbon inputs into the soil. And there was a pessimistic scenario where we said only 20% of the manure gets incorporated into the soil, and high-density grazing actually reduces the carbon inputs by the plants by 25% because you have so much more animals, so maybe you're actually overgrazing. And then finally, we did a partial carbon footprint to assess if the additional methane and nitrogen oxide emissions from the higher stocking rates on the high-density grazing is compensated by additional carbon sequestration. Okay, so here are the 11 study sites where we actually did real measurements. So we had sites in Northwest, which is a typical savanna biome with very sandy soils, 455 millimeters of rain. The Eastern Cape, we work in the Drakensbergen, and that's a very high altitude. It's cold, got 580 millimeters of rain. The Central Free State, which is more dry highveld and grassland, and the Eastern Free State, which was the wettest site, receiving 845 millimeters of rain. And just to show you what the fence line comparison study, how does it work? Or I mean, typically, you have a fence line. At both sides of the fence, you have the same soil type, you've had the same rainfall, but you can already clearly see on the picture that the state of the vegetation is quite different. And surely, I mean, that has an impact on what happens below ground. So here you see the results of the model testing. And we assumed that the arable land was converted back to rangeland in 2005. And we assumed that by the year 2100, the state of untouched grassland would be achieved. And that was for 3 sites in Harrismith, Tweespruit, and Kroonstad. And well, you can see that the model simulated the pattern of let's say, recovery of soil carbon levels in quite a realistic manner. We say the carbon inputs that were estimated by the model, for instance, like 0.7 tons per hectare and 0.4 and 0.5 tons per hectare in the arable field, when they were converted to rangeland, the amount of carbon going into the soil was considerably more. That's all quite realistic. You also see that the model tends to overestimate the amount of carbon at the beginning of the curve. So more than this part of the curve. And that could be, well, a very possible explanation is that actually the amount of carbon that's reached when the soil is has never been touched, maybe that carbon is actually not reached after 95 years, because we know that once fields, rangelands have been plowed, it actually takes a long time for them to recover. Or maybe we're too optimistic that it's reached after 95 years. So we can also put this in a scatter graph, and you see that indeed a lot of the points are below the 1-to-1 line, but you also see that the regression line is actually very much has the same slope as the 1-to-1 line, but only a little bit below. Okay, so here we have the observed data and the simulated carbon inputs, and I took the means of the farm pairs per region. So I think most interesting is to look at the observed root biomass and the observed soil carbon. And well, first you can see that in Northwest, the amount of carbon and the amount of roots is much less than the other sites. That's because Northwest is a typical very sandy soil, so there's much less potential to store carbon in these soils, and it's a much drier climate, so there's much less vegetative growth. You also see that there was a major impact on soil carbon in the Central Free State, there was a major impact from high-density grazing on soil carbon in the Central Free State and the Eastern Free State. We did not see much impact from high-density grazing in Northwest, the savanna biome, and the Eastern Cape. you also see that the observed root biomass and the observed soil carbon are actually nicely in line with each other. So in those sites where high density grazing had a significant impact on soil carbon, it also had a significant impact on root biomass. And where there was no impact, the same is true for the biomass, for the root biomass, yes. So here you see the simulated plant residue inputs that are required to simulate the observed change in soil carbon going from a rotational system to a high density system. Now here also you see the estimated manure input. And what you can get from comparing this column with this column is that actually the plant inputs are considerably more important for simulating the change in organic carbon than the manure inputs. Yeah? So manure could be quite important, but if manure changes has an impact on soil carbon level, it's more likely to be impacting nutrient cycles rather than having an input on the carbon directly. That is basically what it's suggesting. These are the simulated carbon stocks when this change would continue and so carbon levels would eventually reach equilibrium. So here you see the stocks and here you see the soil organic carbon levels. And you also notice that the simulated soil organic carbon levels for the central and the eastern Free State are rather high, and I'll come back to that. So here we see the simulated carbon sequestration rates. Yes, after 1, 20 and 50 years for the different scenarios. And these different scenarios will run for different stocking densities. So we had the possibility of 4 times the recommended stocking densities, 2 times the recommended stocking density, and 1.5. You maybe think 4 times the recommended stocking density is a bit high, but actually that's what some of the high density farmers were doing. Now, I put in bold some of the scenarios that I think are a bit more likely than others. So this is the sequestration rate in tons of carbon that you could expect. And you see that I took the Eastern Free State and Northwest because I don't want to show too much data. And you see that the sequestration rates, they decline quite rapidly over time. So in year 1, there is substantial carbon sequestration. You see this has reduced already quite a bit by year 20, by year 50, in actually most of the systems, most of the scenarios, the amount of carbon sequestered is rather minimal. And that's simply because as carbon levels increase, eventually you're approaching a new equilibrium, and then you cannot add additional carbon to the soil. If I look to the carbon footprint in these different scenarios, so a negative carbon footprint means there are net zero emissions. A positive carbon footprint means there are net positive emissions. So you see that in a lot of the scenarios, there are negative emissions, but also over time, these negative emissions rapidly decrease. And in some cases, these become positive emissions. So in other words, the additional greenhouse gas emissions from the additional livestock that you have in high density systems is not compensated anymore by the additional carbon that's stored in the soil. So I get to the conclusions. So soil carbon and root biomass, they were observed to increase on the high density grazing at sites in the central and the eastern Free State, but not at sites in the northwest and the eastern Cape. The model simulations suggested that the additional carbon in high density grazing system comes from the additional plant carbon inputs, with carbon playing a minor role. And I think, well, if it plays a role, it's mostly through nutrient cycling. Carbon sequestration rates, they declined over time, often approaching zero after 50 years. And I think also very important, the assumptions regarding the impact of grazing on vegetative growth, stocking rates, and on incorporation of manure into the soil have a major impact on the simulated carbon sequestration. On the high assumed soil carbon input, the model simulated unrealistically high soil carbon stocks at equilibrium. And that's because the model does not recognize a carbon saturation threshold. So adding carbon saturation threshold to soil carbon models would actually make the model in line with reality. Soils cannot increase carbon forever. At some point, the soil is not able to protect the carbon anymore, And that's not including in these models. That's true for Rothsey, but also for Century. And then finally, I mean, conclusion 4 and 5, they also highlight the risk of using models with overly optimistic assumptions. For instance, in case these models are used in carbon credit schemes. And Rothsey is frequently used in carbon credit schemes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to Prof. Linus. He used up all 20 minutes. So please continue this conversation afterwards if you have any questions for him. I would like to call Jade Andrews to the podium for her presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. I'm Jade Andrews. I'm currently doing my PhD at Stellenbosch University, looking at conservation agriculture in vegetable production systems. My supervisors are Prof. Jan Strauss and Dr. Willem Hofman. So today I'll be presenting conservation agriculture in a semi-arid vegetable system, focusing on the soil health and crop yield effects. So while conservation agriculture is well studied in grain production systems in the Western Cape, it's still limited in vegetable systems. By now we all know the principles of CA, its minimum soil disturbance through reduced tillage, continuous soil cover with crop residues and cover crops, and diverse crop rotations. We also know that there are many benefits associated with CA, including a reduction in soil erosion, water, nutrient, and organic matter loss, and improved aggregate stability and water infiltration. Cover crops also offer additional benefits such as weed suppression and the disruption of pest and disease cycles. So although cover crop-based reduced tillage is gaining traction in vegetable production systems in Europe, like conservation agriculture, weed management remains a problem in these systems. Recent studies in these cover crop-based reduced tillage systems applied into organic vegetable systems found similar yields for legumes, cucurbits, lettuce, fennel, and tomato compared to conventional practices. But it's important to note that for some crops, the yields were still lower. Residue retention after cover crop termination can also negatively affect crop establishment in these systems. Then it's also important to note that agrochemicals are banned in organic systems where cover crop-based reduced tillage is used, and when lower yields are found, they're primarily due to insufficient nitrogen availability. However, inorganic fertilizers are permitted in CA systems, and several studies have found that supplementing organic nutrient management with mineral fertilizers could improve crop yield. Herbicides are also important tools that could be included in integrated weed management in CA systems. And the findings of these studies suggest that conservation agriculture may be feasible in vegetable production systems. So as it's not well studied in vegetable systems, the aim of this study was to evaluate the impact of introducing CA to otherwise intensive vegetable production systems in Vredendal in the Western Cape, with a specific focus on soil biological indicators and crop yield. So the trial was established in 2021 on 3 farms in Vredendal. Soils were classified as sandy on Ebenezer and sandy loam on John Doe and Severster. The area receives an annual rainfall of 139 millimeters, so crop production is reliant on irrigation. Vegetables are also economically important crops in this region, highlighting the importance of the study. The study was set up as a randomized block design with 2 factors, crop rotation and treatment. So 3 crop rotation systems were used and 3 treatments were applied twice to each of the crop rotations. Just to show you what it looks like on the field, on the far right-hand side, those are the tunnels, so that was where the crop was grown in the 1 rotation, and the other 2 lines are where the treatments were applied. So this was the control treatment that was consisted of a business as usual approach based on standard practices in the region. The next was the cover crop treatment, which consisted of a mixture of barley, rye, and bitter lupin. And the last one was the mulch treatment, where compost was applied to the soil surface and covered by wheat straw. When looking at the crop rotation systems, there were 2 growing seasons, a winter season, when cauliflower was grown on one of the rotations, and the other 2 rotations received a soil cover treatment, and a summer season when tomato, cucurbits, or beans were grown. So soil samples were collected in March 2024. Fungal and bacterial diversity were determined with ELISA. Enzymes included beta-glucosidase, acid phosphatase, urease, and microbial activity, and the yield for tomato, beans, and butternut were determined. When analyzing the data, linear models were used for parametric data, and general linear models were used for non-parametric data. Best fit models was selected based on the lowest AIC values, and a Tukey test was used for post-hoc pairwise comparisons. Okay, moving on to some results. So we all know that soil health is intricately connected to soil organic matter dynamics and plays an important role in the soil physiochemical and biological properties. Monitoring soil health in agricultural systems is important to determine whether management interventions are actually working or not. And then I'm reporting on biological indicators because they tend to be more sensitive to management changes. So when looking at the results, we didn't exactly find that with the biological indicators. There were no differences with bacterial diversity. When looking at fungal diversity, the treatment effects on both Shannon and Simpson indices differed between farms. So just to show you a bit more closely, on Ebenezer, the mulch treatment had a significantly higher fungal diversity compared to the control, but no treatment differences were found on the other 2 farms. When looking at enzyme activity, active carbon and urease activity, farm differences were found across all indicators. Active carbon and urease activity showed similar trends with a significantly lower concentration and activity on Severstan compared to the other 2 farms. And available nitrogen, beta-glucosidase, and acid phosphatase also had a similar trend with a higher content and activity on John Doe compared to the other 2 sites. So the crop yield effects were more exciting. Tomato yield was influenced by both farm and treatment with no interaction between the 2, so it was the same across farms. The cover crop treatment resulted in a significantly higher tomato yield. When looking at the farm effects, yield was significantly higher on John Doe compared to the other 2 farms. Bean yield, however, only differed across farms with a significantly lower yield on Ebenezer. And then treatment effects on butternut yield differed between farms. And then just to show you that difference, cover crop resulted in a significantly lower yield on Severstan compared to the control, but there were no treatment effects on the other 2 farms. So just to conclude, we all know that conservation agriculture has the ability to reduce soil degradation without compromising profitability when applied to local conditions. CA is also practiced on a global scale in grain production systems, but limited in vegetable systems. Similar practices implemented in organic vegetable systems Similar practices such as cover crop reduced tillage are implemented in organic vegetable systems, but yields could still be improved in modified systems using mineral fertilizers. So then just to summarize the results of this study, the impact of conservation agriculture was more noticeable on crop yield. The strong farm effect suggests that the success of CA strategies may differ between farms, although historical management and soil type may also play a role. It wasn't assessed in the study. But the findings of the study highlight the potential benefits of conservation agriculture in vegetable systems, but longer-term monitoring and the economic implications should also be addressed. Then just to end off, I'd like to thank Syngenta and the farmers for running the trial and their technical assistance, and then my funders and my PhD supervisors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for an insightful presentation. Is there any questions, please? You know you want to ask something. I know you do. Come on. Yes. Where's the microphone? Okay, she's coming with it. Where are you going, lady? Oh, she's coming. Yeah.
Hello, thanks. But from what I can see, I mean, you can make the conclusion that it has potential, but from what I could see, there were not really consistent benefits in either of those in health parameters or yields. So do you think that will maybe come in the long run? Because we know that many of these advantages you only see over time.
So it normally takes a while to see the benefits after implementing CA. But even if you're looking at the organic systems, if you're looking more closely at the different crops that they're using, there's still differences across crops. So some might increase, some might decrease. But the studies within the CA systems are also looking at, it's not all the same. So they might look at one CA principle or two together, but not all three. So we need more standardized trials, I would say. Does that answer your question? Okay.
There was a question here at the front. Thank you.
Thank you for a nice presentation. I'd just like to ask, I've seen, especially with China, using a lot of plastic mulches, and I don't think they're there yet, but working towards biodegradable mulches. But have you seen or considered any type of more artificial mulch to incorporate into these systems?
Oh, I don't know if I can answer that question, but there aren't a lot of trials like this in South Africa anyway. So it's definitely something that we should be considering. I know on this trial they're trying to incorporate livestock as well, but that's as far as I know.
Okay, so I'm calling Kosi Nonkuba to the stage for his presentation. Thank you.
Did you find it though? But it's still stuck. It's still stuck.
Can we get some technical assistance? Thank you.
Okay, greetings to the House at large. I am Shane Nongluba from the University of Fort Hare, and I'll be taking you through one of my chapters for my MSc dissertation. It is entitled The Effect of Conservation Agricultural Practices After a Decade of Tillage, Crop Rotation, and Crop Residue Management Practices on Soil Loss and Runoff in the Subhumid region of the Eastern Cape, South Africa. I'm under the supervision of Professor Manyevere, co-supervised by Dr. Elephant and Dr. Ngiza. My presentation will go as outlined. Just a bit of background information. Soil hydric erosion, which is mainly soil erosion by water, is a global problem affecting the land and water resources. Studies has estimated a mean of 2.5% increase in global erosion per annum, and most of the erosion arises from croplands. Now that calls for concern. South African research has projected about 70% of South African soils to be susceptible or affected by different intensities of erosion. Though South Africa experiences wind erosion, the dominant erosion process is water. The Eastern Cape province is the most severely affected province by hydric erosion, and this is all due to its shallow soils that are fragile and susceptible to erosion as a result of their mineralogy, which is basically low soil organic matter. Conservation agriculture is known as one of the sustainable agronomic practices that helps in addressing soil degradation. It helps to promote water conservation and mitigate against climate change. The introduction of conservation agriculture within the Eastern Cape has yielded unsuccessful results. This is mainly reflected through its poor adoption. On-farm experiences has shown that conservation agriculture might not lead to soil improvements within the first few seasons. This is mainly because the process requires long-term to register significant effects. As such, small-scale growers tend to be reluctant in continuing with the practice. Hence, again, it is poorly adopted. Moving on to the problem statement, there is limited research on the effects of conservation agriculture on controlling soil hydric erosion, particularly in the medium to long term, especially within the Eastern Cape region. Studies that were conducted on the causes and effects of erosion on agricultural production has not mainly focused on conservation agriculture and its principles in controlling hydric erosion. Hence the need for such research, especially in the medium to long-term effect. Moving on to the justification of the study, it is known that the management of existing resources is essential for the current and future agricultural production. It is necessary, therefore, to generate knowledge of the medium to long-term effects of conservation agriculture so as to ensure or to make sound recommendation on its regulatory approach. Insights into controlling soil erosion through sustainable practices such as the conservation agriculture can help guide farmers and other policymakers on optimizing the strategies of conservation agriculture and also address or help promote the sustainable development goals, number 13 and 15, which is mainly life on land and conserving the resources. This research can contribute to the development of regionally tailored CA recommendations for maintaining soil quality, reducing soil degradation, and enhance agricultural production at large. The objective of the study was to assess the effect of tillage, crop rotation, and crop residue management practices after a decade of conservation agricultural implementation within the Eastern Cape province on soil loss and runoff. Sorry. The study was conducted on an ongoing conservation agricultural trial, which is at Pandulwazi Agricultural School Farm, as shown in the map. The study site has Avalon soil forms as classified according to the South African soil classification system. It has sandy loam soils. The site is at an altitude of 735 meters above sea level, and it receives an annual rainfall of 750 millimeters annually. The climate condition of the site were identified or classified rather as subhumid to humid. The site is structured in a randomized complete block design as shown by the figure. The structure or the treatment design comprises of 16 treatment combinations that are replicated into 3 blocks. The main plots are subjected to tillage practice, which is mainly the comparison of no tillage and a tillage system. The subplots are subjected to crop rotation, and the subplots now are subjected to residue management practices. Just a brief of the implemented agronomic practices. The maize and soybean crops were sown during the summer growing seasons. Then the winter wheat now was planted during winter. Fertilizer is only applied during the summer maize cultivation at the projected rates. And also LAN is applied 6 weeks after planting to supplement the crops. The field was maintained as dryland, or rather rain-fed, with irrigation only to ensure crop germination. Sorry. And the agronomic practices were maintained up to date. Moving on to soil sampling. All crop residues and visible organic matter were removed during soil sampling. 3 random samples were collected at a depth of 0 to 10 centimeters for this objective to investigate the physical properties. The subplots were sampled, collected, and mixed to make composite samples, which were then transported to the sample storage for air drying prior to lab analysis. Then a brief of the measured soil physical properties. Soil texture was measured using the hydrometer method. Bulk density was measured using the core method. Particle density was measured using the picometer or volumetric flask water method. Then gravimetric, volumetric, and porosity were computed following their standard procedures or formulas. Soil aggregate stability was studied using, following both the dry and the wet sieving, and the stability index was computed from the measured mean weight diameters. Soil hydraulic conductivity was obtained with the use of an automated Saturo dual head infiltrometer. Then for this objective now, the rainfall simulator was used to measure a standardized rainfall shower on a known test plot. Proper installation, calibration, and operation were accurately followed as directed from the manual. The material, which is mainly the runoff sediments and the runoff, were collected and transported to the laboratory for measurements. Then the calculations that were made, it was soil loss, which was calculated from the weight sediment mass and the surface size of the test plots. Runoff in millimeters per second was obtained through following the projected equation, and also runoff coefficient was calculated. Moving on to statistical analysis, data were tested firstly for normality and subjected to analysis of variance. A student t-test was used for the comparison of means. Principal component analysis was developed to correlate regressions between soil properties as well as soil loss and runoff. Multiple linear regression were performed to develop soil loss and runoff prediction equations from the measured soil properties and the simulated rainfall. Just a brief on results. The table shows an ANOVA, and one could see that runoff had mostly insignificant responses, with the exception of crop residue management main effect. Then as for soil loss and runoff coefficient, significant responses were observed, especially for tillage, crop rotation, and residue management main treatments, and two-way interaction of tillage and crop rotation and crop residue management for soil loss, but only tillage and residue management two-way interaction was significant for runoff coefficient. Then the graphs again present the results, and one could see on the first graph for soil loss, significant responses were observed as soil loss varied within the test plots. However, runoff didn't show much difference with minimal variations. Then projected again the graphs, first one being the principal component analysis, and one could see that bulk density was highly correlated with, it was highly positively correlated with, negatively rather, with runoff and soil loss. Then gravimetric water content and soil structural aggregate properties or indices were negatively correlated with soil loss and runoff. Then as for the prediction, multiple linear regression analysis, for the soil loss had quite very good results, as one could see that the coefficient of determination was higher compared to the one for runoff, and it also had a less root mean square error. Okay, part of or just a brief on the selected soil physical properties. Conservation agriculture was found to enhance soil physical properties, and this was presented on a separate paper that was recently published. The results also showed that graviometric water content, volumetric water content, and saturated conductivity did improve under plots that are on CA treatment compared to the CT, which is mainly those that are under conventional tillage. Likewise, soil structural aggregate indices improved with conservation agricultural implementation. Moving on to soil loss, the low soil loss observed for all plots under the no-till system correspond with observations in literature, where no-tillage system was found to, on other studies, it was likewise found to reduce erosion. No-till enhances soil stability as observed from the improved aggregate stability, bulk density, and porosity presented on the separate study on soil physical properties, hence becoming now resistant to disintegration by water. Crop rotation showed various routes from crop rotation helps in trapping soil particles, thereby reducing erodibility or erosion. Soil loss also reduced from monocropping to crop diversification, and this is because rotation with forage crops also helps in aggregate development from the improved organic matter, which is tested on other study, and it's necessary to control soil erosion as it improves soil stability. Okay. That was for soil loss. And moving on to runoff. Runoff, conservation agriculture is known mainly to improve water infiltration and enhances the soil's hydraulic properties. This was observed again on the tested soil physical properties as gravimetric water content and saturated hydraulic conductivity improved on CA-treated plots. Whereas water accumulation at the top, which was mainly observed on monocultural production under CT plots, which are under conventional tillage now, showed high soil erosion. Again, residue retention enhances soil structural aggregates and soil porosity, which ultimately improves infiltration and soil's hydraulic productivity. This was shown by the improvement in saturated hydraulic conductivity and gravimetric water content. Crop residues also absorbed rainfall impact by now protecting the soil from the rainfall intensity and hence reducing runoff. Moving on to the principal component analysis, the PCA figure shown before between soil physical indices and soil loss and runoff had shown that soil structure by the virtue of soil aggregation, porosity, and compactness as measured by the bulk density plays a crucial role in soil erodibility as presented also by the high loading values from the figure. The negative correlation between soil loss and aggregate stability was because soils that are well aggregated or structures are stable and resistant to disintegration, which leads to erosion. And notably, saturated hydraulic conductivity and gravimetric water content strongly correlated. This was mainly due to the fact that saturated hydraulic conductivity increases with increase in soil moisture content up until it reaches full saturation. Hence, their positive correlation. And notably, porosity, on the other hand, results from poor aggregate, soil aggregate stability, which contributes to low stability and high soil loss, led to the negative correlation of porosity and soil loss. Then as for the multiple linear regression that were performed to develop the rainfall, to develop soil loss and runoff prediction models, high coefficient of determination from the multiple linear regression analysis enabled estimation of soil loss from bulk density and mass wetness with low root mean square error, like I said before. Research on soil erosion normally uses the revised universal soil loss prediction model and quantifies the K factor, which is mainly the quantification of soils or the assessment of soils' susceptibility to erosion. Now, these parameters that were used to develop models are proxies of the aggregate stability, gravimetric water content, and sometimes the saturated hydraulic conductivity that is also used on the revised universal soil loss prediction model. Hence, this model for developing soil loss had high coefficient of determination. Then the poor correlation now on runoff with selected soil properties was because runoff is mostly influenced by rainfall intensity, topography, and soil type. And all of these were constant in the study. Hence, the model developed showed such results. Both models, however, still needs to be validated for further and adequate or explicit utilization. In conclusion, the study confirms that conservation agriculture is an effective approach to mitigate erosion by water and improve soil properties. And moreover, this study correlated soil physical properties with soil loss and runoff, showing the significant role played by soil aggregate indices or soil structural aggregate indices rather on soil erodibility. Regressions were employed to develop soil loss and runoff prediction models. However, evaluation of the predicted models is required. In recommendation for further studies, future investigation of soil erosion and measurement of nutrient loss with sediment deposition and nutrient stratification, especially within the no-till plots, is advised. I'd like to acknowledge the projected, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a very good presentation, and you used up all 20 minutes. So I think if you have any questions for Kossie, ask it after the session. Thank you so much. I call to the podium. Thank you. I call to the podium Professor Johannes Strauss. Your technical assistance.
Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. Now, if we look at the title of my talk, Testing Shortened Canola Production Intervals, you might ask, what the hell does that have to do with conservation agriculture? But this was part of the conservation agriculture study, sort of requested by farmers in the local area that we were doing it, to look at more crop-only systems. So canola production has come a long way, especially in the Western Cape as well, since they're introduced in the early 90s, or late 80s, and then taking up more and more space from the 90s onwards. But initially canola was sort of advised to be only planted once in 3 years at least, to prevent disease problems, etc. But this is sort of being negated because there's more and more improved varieties that has come along during the past years, especially with the resistance to blackleg, which is the major disease in canola. So canola fits into the CA system very well, gives us the opportunity to rotate crops. And with improved cultivars coming along, you can have a look at Piet Lombard's poster showing the improvement in yields over the last few years with, from the cultivar program. But it is a really good crop for us in the Western Cape, and it's grown tremendously. So with this blackleg resistance, producers has asked us, can you test shortened periods of production, and will it really have that negative an impact? So we designed this trial at the Riversdale site, very average site for the whole Southern Cape area where canola is mostly produced. But it was 6 cropping systems, and just remember that all of the crops and all of the systems are present every year on the field. That's why we can actually look at and compare systems. So it was a random block design with 3 replicates. 5 systems had canola in it, and I'll show you the systems just now. 3 of those were reviewed as shortened production cycles. 2 had cover crops in them. 2 of the 6 systems were considered as controls. Evaluated, we looked at yield response of canola and of wheat, that was mostly grown in the systems, and then obviously gross margins, because in the end that will affect a farmer's choice as well. So the systems were canola, system A was a shortened rotation system with just wheat and canola. So canola, wheat, canola, wheat, canola, wheat over the 11 years. The other system was lupin wheat, canola wheat, which was considered as a control, having 3 years between where canola is planted. I'll talk a little bit about the detrimental part of that later on. The other system was wheat cereal cover. So no canola in that system. Then we had a legume cover canola wheat, which is also a short rotation. Wheat, barley, canola, short rotation, and then a longer rotation, canola, barley, lupin, wheat. All right, so that was also seen as a control. So when we started evaluating the systems and doing the ANOVAs, etc., there was a really significant interaction between system and year, which is expected because annual rainfall is not consistent. So the question was, with the significant interaction in terms of yield and of the gross margins, what's the best way we can actually compare the systems and see if these shortened periods are feasible or not? So we went to talk to a few statisticians as well, and we went to borrow some stats from our genetic colleagues, looking at GGE biplots to actually compare systems and see which systems is doing best. All right, so for those of you who don't know the GGE biplots, it's genetics and genetics by environment, comparing those two principles, components, and looking at the canola yield, maybe I have a, you'll see, this is just on the left hand is a biplot indicating which one where, which yield one where. And obviously 2021 was a really good production year. But if you look at all the systems there, and it's really difficult finding the, come on. You'll see that system D, remember that's the one with the legume cover, followed by canola and wheat. The yields in that system, canola yields in that system was consistently higher than the other systems that had canola or not canola in it. But these are only the systems that had canola in it. So consistently higher. And that is due to the effect of the legume cover. It's putting extra nitrogen into the system. But interestingly enough, halfway through the trial, we switched the two systems, cover crops around. So the system that had wheat, cereal cover became wheat, legume cover, and the system D became a cereal cover, followed by canola, and then wheat. And that system kept performing better than the other systems in terms of canola yield. In terms of the wheat yield, the system A and D, as soon as we started putting in a legume cover in system D, that yield of the wheat increased, but system A was really doing well as system B. Just to make it a little bit more clear, where's the mouse? The closer to the horizontal line, the more stable. The further to the right of the vertical line, the higher the yield, or the in this case yield, or money you're making if it is the gross margin one. Interestingly enough, in the canola ones, over 80% of the variation was explained by the two principal components, whereas in the wheat there was less, about 60% of the variation, annual variation was explained. But that has a lot to do in the wheat with what crop came beforehand. So in the end, to make sure if a system is viable, if financially, we looked at the gross margin systems, and there was very interesting. It shifted and produced 3 distinct groupings. System A and E, both shortened rotation systems. A was canola wheat, and then the other one was canola, barley, and wheat. Outperformed the other systems in terms of income. F and B was the center grouping. They were the 2 trials or controls for the system, the 4-year and 5-year system, and both of them, the cover crop systems, had the least amount or making the least amount of money because there was no income from the cover crop. So if we could bring in animals, those systems might change in terms of their income. But just as it is, both of the short rotations, really short rotation systems did really well. So just on that basis alone, shortened canola production season within a conservation agriculture system is feasible in terms of the yields and in terms of the income a farmer might get. The problem is, it's not what we really want in a CA system. We want at least 3 different crops. But again, in the Swartland area, we have medic wheat systems that is basically 2 crops that are also doing really well in terms of the economics and leading the other systems. So the big issue is also with the control systems that we had was that there was, in most of them, the legume that we were using were lupin, and that's also a host for sclerotinia, which is a new disease that is, or not a new disease, but a disease that has been gaining ground in the Western Cape. In order to look at that, we also looked at sclerotinia work, and for those of you who are interested, you can actually listen to Lizette Nouwers tomorrow morning in the first session that will be talking about these specific systems and the impact that have on sclerotinia, occurrence and severity, etc. So that is a thing that we need to look at when deciding to go the short rotation systems, is to monitor that. And our sort of thing that we would tell our producers is, if you want to go this way, and a lot of our producers are actually now forced that way because they're having issues with barley, unfortunately, in terms of planting X amount, and then halfway through, they are told they can only deliver half of that as malting barley. So a lot of them has moved away. But again, if you go into this system too frequently, you're going to be, I didn't show the gross margins for these systems. A and B has, or A and E, sorry, has the highest inputs as well. So if you go too much cycles of this, you're going to run into problems. So rather break it after 3, say wheat, canola, wheat, canola, wheat, canola, with 2 years of cover crop, or even what some of the farmers are now doing is 3 cycles followed by 4 years of lucerne. Just to break that cycles of disease, just to make sure that you don't run into that problems. So in terms of that, we sort of proved that the shortened row cycles is feasible. Not what we would like in a conservation agriculture system, but in the end, farmers needs to make money to stay on farm. So just by managing it properly, rotating your canola in terms of resistance to blackleg, managing sclerotinia, and your weeds, this is a possibility for our farmers. Thank you.
That was really interesting. Do we have any questions for Professor Johan? Yes.
John, Prof. Annandale has asked about doing a monocrop canola. In terms of CI, I don't want a monocrop, but your disease, your blackleg pressure will just shoot out the roof. And then your genetic resistance of that cultivar breaks down much quicker. So if you press it too much, we're going to run out of options in terms of new cultivars coming in having other or better resistance. There's a question at the back.
What is the effect of the carbon content in the soil with the short rotations?
David, sê gou weer 'n bietjie harder praat.
What is the effect of carbon content in the soil?
At Riversdale, it's about 1.5% carbon.
Does it go down by 1.5%?
No, it's, we haven't seen it going down. It's been steadily gaining, but it's sort of becoming a plateau now. So, yeah, in terms of the short rotation system, I'm worried about it being kept there if you go on with too long.
Will we be able to gain it back to 1.8 to 2%?
Not in the Western Cape, no. We gain carbon stocks very slowly because of our climate and our soils. So if you lose it, it's going to take a while getting it back. Now, I know some people are asking about maybe bringing biochar to keep it there or building it. No, I'm not convinced yet. Question at the back.
Oh, okay, thank you. Can you be happy maybe to share the yield of when you compare the monoculture and the rotation, and also did just the yield alone increase, or was it better just the yield only, or also was it also economically feasible in terms of the finances?
I'm struggling.
Oh, okay. I was saying the first question was will you be happy to share the yield of the monoculture cultivation of canola? And also the other question was it just the yield which was improved, or also financially, when you look at the economics, was it profitable?
Well, okay. The canola, definitely the yield has increased over time, but in this specific trial, we always use the same canola cultivar for all of the different cropping sequences. But we've changed cultivars every year just to keep, rotate our stocks in terms of our resistance to blackleg, etc. But what we've seen canola yields gaining much ground the last few years. And it's very profitable. For instance, with the current wheat prices, you'll have to do like 3 or 4 tons of wheat, where you have to do like maybe a ton and a half to 2 tons of canola. So that's why farmers are also looking at that. The yields, the cultivar that we use there is a TT cultivar, so inherently it has got a little bit of a lower yield potential, but we use that to manage our weeds. So most of the farmers in the area would go for, say, for instance, a clear field variety, which is and longer growers, but we are sort of limited in the ability to be there earlier to plant a canola that's got a longer growing season. So that could also even improve these systems even more if we had that option of planting a clear field cultivar or a conventional cultivar. If you have more questions, come and see me afterwards.
Just for interest's sake, how long does the canola stubble take to break down after harvest? Because that might also have an impact on the amount of sclerotinia that you find in the systems.
I'm going to actually not answer you there. So you have to come and listen to Lizette tomorrow morning, which she'll talk a bit about the retention of the material, because that's something we saw in the different systems. But usually by the next season, most of that has gone. You will find when you start to plant that some of that stubble is still there, but when we harvest again, most of that will have disappeared.
Thank you so much, Professor Johan. Okay, to the podium, I would please invite Dr. Hendrik Smit. Can we get technical assistance? Thank you.
Okay, dankie. I don't see the cursor. Okay. Use page down or up and down. Right. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my presentation is important findings from on-farm systems research trials investigating various crop production systems and scenarios on the high veld of South Africa. Just recognition to my co-authors, Jaap Nott, Liana Erasmus, Miriam Maluleke, and James Blighnout. So the content of my presentation deals mostly essentially with findings in the Conservation Agriculture Farmer Innovation Program, which is currently implemented by Asset Research and funded by the Maize Trust. So the long-term goal is to research and develop evidence-based best CA systems in key summer grain regions. The short-term objectives to target key grain production regions, as you can see there, those are the broad regions, as you might know, and then the creation of wider awareness and innovation capacity, and implementing proper, appropriate on-farm research. Our philosophy or approach is participatory systems research with farmers as key innovators and partners. Our on-farm research, we do collaborative managed trials, in other words, researchers and farmers together, full scientific trials. We do participatory monitoring and analysis, and create innovation platforms with farmer groups for outreach, social learning, awareness, and information sharing. These are the locations of our trials. You can see in the Highveld. At the moment, we have trials in the Mpumalanga Highveld. You can see at Kinross, Standerton, and then in the Eastern Free State at Marquardt, Klokkelaan, as well as Northwestern Free State at Viljoenskroon. In the Northwest, you can see trials at Ottosdal and Barbespan near Delareyville. The evolution of our trials, you can see we started 10 years ago investigating various conservation agriculture components like crop rotations, tines versus coater, crop density, cover crops, etc. All those elements of CA just to find our feeds. And we did about 100 trials on those, mostly at Ottosdal, but also other studies sites as well. And a few years later, we started to compare different systems. I'll talk a lot about the different systems, but mostly conventional till with no-till and fully integrated conservation agriculture. And we also start to do financial analysis. And we still carry on with that, comparing different systems, but we also try to refine the conservation agriculture systems to improve it continuously, because that's our aim. There's no end in mind. We always keep on to produce and identify and research resilient, profitable, low risk and sustainable conservation agriculture systems in these regions. So this is just a snapshot of how our trials look, major big on-farm strip trials with selected farmer co-workers. The selection of the right farmer co-worker is really critical. These are the typical systems that we compare: conventional tillage, with what we call no tillage, which is just no-till with high inputs and simple rotations like maize and soya. And then the CA system is a fully integrated crop livestock system, what we call, or the best CA system that we could define and implement in that region. This is just an example of how our statistical trials look. We try to at least have 3 replications with randomization. Strip trials, big strips to fit into the reality, practical reality of the farmers. In other words, the width of their implements, what they have, their dislikes and likes, etc. So around those things, we design our trials and we implement them on the farms of these co-workers. If you wonder what we meant by an integrated crop livestock CA system, this is just a typical example. Obviously, there's many permutations of this, but this is typically how it looks like. Season 1, we have, for example, a cash crop like maize with intercropping or relay intercropping. Second season, a double cover crop. You can see the picture in the middle, which is a mixed summer cover crop followed by mixed winter cover crops. Obviously, all the cover crops are grazed by livestock. And in the third season, we have a cash crop like sunflower with intercropping, or soybean with winter cover crops after it, and obviously, again, grazing in the winter. And that is a typical integrated crop livestock system. Just to give you more pictures of that, you can see on your left-hand side, intercropping system, a relay intercropping system at Clocolan, winter cover crops, summer cover crop, mixed species systems, because we want to increase and apply all the principles with quality. And you can see, if you understand the principles, they're applied with quality. Obviously, like I said, the cover crops should be grazed, high density grazing, not really ultra high density grazing. And then we also start to include, at one of our trials at Viljoenskroon, just a roll down of those same cover crop treatments, not livestock integration, because we assume some farmers don't have livestock or they don't want to have livestock on their field. So we just roll down these cover crops, and these thick cover on the soil might reveal some interesting results in the future after a couple of seasons. We try to measure as much as possible with the resources that we have. The focus areas at this stage is soil health, agronomy, obviously the production efficiency, integrated pest management, weed management. We started with the collaboration of the ARC with the weed monitoring project on all these trials, livestock integration, carbon and climate change, profits, risks, and resilience. Money makes the world go round. All right, so this is just a bit of detail on what we are measuring in terms of soil health. We do the Haney test, which in its own produce about 30 parameters. Chemical analysis, nematode index as a soil biodiversity indicator, some spore attack analysis at Stellenbosch University, active carbon, erosion, compaction and water infiltration, carbon sequestration modeling. Under the production and financial analysis, we obviously look at production, the grain and the biomass yields, resource use efficiency, like water use efficiency. We look at profitability, in this case the net margins. We do financial modeling, we do scenario modeling, and we do a risk and resilience assessment. Those are some of the most important measurements and indicators that we do. Let's look at some of the results and discussions. Obviously, I'm just going to take a few examples of our results because there's really a lot of data that we produce from these trials. Just a couple of examples. The first one is financial modeling, which we done and published last year in the South African Journal of Science. Please have a look at that. And the main author, Mary Maluleke, is right here. Mary, can you raise your hand if you want to speak to Mary? There she is, living in Polokwane, actually. So we did this study using data from the trials. And we found these, just in brief, fascinating trends, because what we tried here is to look into the future, 20 years into the future, and predict what the financial profitability performances of these different systems will be in a period of 20 years. So you can see there, in short, the red line is conventional tillage. After a couple of years, it crashes down. The purple trend line there is no-till. After a couple of years, it lifts its heads, it profitability, but then it also crashes. And the two light green is the conservative approach in conservation integrated systems, and then the dark green is optimistic levels. We play around with the data and assumptions on those. And those, after an initial dip, a J-curve, it lifts its heads and goes up into profitable territory over a period of 20 years. So the reason for the initial dip, what we call the J-curve, and any business has a J-curve, initial investment curve, was that we needed to model in the investment in cattle as a tool for restoration, cattle integration, because we bring in cover crops, we need to graze it, and we need to bring in the cattle. The reasons for the decline in conventional tillage and no-till, the declining soil health under CT, high levels of production inputs maintained. There's no way that we can bring it down. More frequent capital replacement costs on equipment, especially on its CT. Increasing maintenance costs and equipment on a CT. So these trends, this study also reveal a lot of research questions like, what do we farmers need to navigate through the J-curve, that initial J-curve? And we did a recent study, and there's lots of results and indications how to go forward on that specifically. The second question, how do we fine-tune for more sustainable, profitable, and resilient CA systems? This is not the end. Integrated crop livestock systems, even if we do it very well, is not the end. We need to continue to look into the resilience, profitability of our systems on the changing climate, economic, political systems. So we cannot stop here. Right, so let's just look into some of the factors that influence these trend lines. So you can see that if you look at the major production inputs, fertilizers, herbicide, pest control, fuel, the change and difference over 20 years under CT red and no-till were 261% and 249% versus 42% on the CI. Huge difference. So that must make a huge difference. If you look at maintenance or wear and tear and replacement cost, you can also see the big difference between CT and no-till and conservation agriculture. So those cost factors makes a huge difference in the sustainable profitability over a long period of these different systems, which we cannot foresee really if you stand here, but this study helps us to look into the future. Second example of some of our study results is the integrated risk index or barometer that we created from our data. So we use different parameters. The first one is internal risk, and we use soil organic matter, water use efficiency, and soil cover. 25% weight. We used external risk, which is the production inputs, 25% risk, and then we also used profitability with a 50% weight. And all those three parameters, we calculated the index, or the risk index. If you look at the first scenario, which is exactly the data that we got from the trials, we see that CA has a much better risk profile, 70% compared to no-till and CT. We just used as scenario one, and which was not optimal production of cover crops and grain yields. Less than optimal management, because farmers, some of our co-workers struggle with these new practices. But we also have different scenarios. And our scenario 5, I jumped to scenario 5. We use trial data and we use purchase cattle. We need to buy a lot of cattle and we use long-term average grain yields. We also lift up the cover crop production to 70% of the potential versus less than 50% of the potential in our real trial data. And you can see how that changed the situation. The risk profile of CA become lower because of the external risk of capital that we need to get and manage with the cattle integration. So risk much better under CA in scenario 1, and scenario 5, CA risk increased due to higher levels of external input costs to purchase the cattle. So it's a risk to get a lot of capital to manage that capital and livestock. But what we want to do here is to just add the profitability, because remember it's part of that index, but I want to highlight it. So the profitability in the normal CA system is over 4 years. The cumulative total profitability is 25,000 rand per hectare, or on average over 4 years, 6,000 something rand. If we look at scenario 5, in other words, higher cover crop production, lots of more purchased cattle, you can see how much of a difference the profitability makes. Although it's higher risk to manage that, the profitability is there. 25 compared to 80,000 total over 4 years. 20,000 rand. If you look at no-till, normal trial conditions, 20,000 rands per hectare over 4 years, cumulative total, versus 27. So you can just see what, if you are able to reach long-term average grain yields, that is the difference that you can see on your profitability, versus 10,000 total, and 19,000 if you are able to reach your long-term average grain yields. So CA costs and risk increase due to purchased cattle. Profits is much higher due to higher cover crop yields and income from cattle. If you do that sum correctly, gaining kilograms per hectare, translating that to profits, you get to those figures. And the option is there for innovative and less risk-averse farmers to go for that option. And there are farmers that go for that option that yield you 80,000 rand of profit per hectare over 4 years. Right, finally, I just want to show you some soil health results. I must say, in this transition period, soil parameters just go all over the place. Difficult to find trends, but at least I want to show you what we have in terms of soil organic carbon. Let's look at Marquardt, conventional tillage 0.32, no-till 0.35, conservation agriculture 0.39, that's after 4 years. Standerton 2.808, 2.18 to 2.2 after 4 years. Kinross 0.84 to 0.88 to 0.87. Klokkelaan, only 3 years of data in this case, 0.45 to 0.46 to 0.46. And you can see there that photo is virtually, literally 5 meters apart. Where cultivated soil, light brown, versus a veld, soil under veld conditions. That's the kind of soil that we are aiming for. And in Ottosdal, only after 2 years, from a baseline value of soil organic carbon of 0.53, we moved to 0.67, sorry, no-till monocrop 0.56, no-till rotate 0.6 and 0.67. Conclusions, yes, it's difficult to find soil health trends, especially in this 4-year transitioning period, but we found small changes in some soil parameters like soil organic carbon. Scenario 1, trial data. CA profitability profitability is marginally higher despite lower grain yields and cover crop management efficiency, but still much better risk profile than CT and no-till. Scenario 5, with 70% of potential cover crop biomass and long-term grain yields, see a profitability much higher, but with a much higher risk due to capital costs required for livestock. In other words, integrated CA systems can improve the risk, resilience, and sustainability of mixed crop livestock farming, but increasing livestock integration requires higher risk tolerance and management capacity of the farmers. On-farm trials proved to be an essential research tool for us to advance sustainable crop production systems in different regions, and without good farmer collaborators and their contributions on so many levels, this approach is not recommended. And if you want more detail, you can go to our website. There's all the reports, all the data, everything is there with lots of extra data. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Hendrik Smith. He used all of his time. So please go and sit next to him at lunch and ask him a lot of questions. Next to the podium, can Tesfaye Lassie please come to the front? I hope I pronounced that right. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tesfaye Lassie. So I'm also presenting on conservation agriculture. My former student already presented recent data on those plots. I presented on the erosion by simulator from those experiments. So I'm going to take you in this presentation back 10 years when they were these experiments were established. So as we know, land degradation is because of human activities, anthropogenic soil degradation, and there is also climatic factor. Anyway, both together. It's a major issue, it's a global issue. So it increases erosion because it destroys the soil structure. Agriculture contributes, a significant contributor in global warming. And if you take in South Africa, it's 9% and 11% in US. So there is also a prediction that it might be reach, 49% in 2030. Although agriculture contributes, to climate, global warming, and soil degradation, but also it can be a mitigation because the soil is the main reservoir, for organic matter. For organic storage. So those agricultural activities like tillage, grazing, burning, all those contributes to soil degradation and global warming, and the climatic factor also, when there is drought, it's not affecting only the yield, but also it's affecting the amount of biomass that should go into the soil. Especially the root is the main source of the organic matters. And when there is climate drought, that means there is low organic matter that is going into the soil. So like the human activities, climatic factor is also contributing to soil degradation. So in South Africa, as we see, the organic matter is low. Most of the area, it has less than 0.5 organic matter. And if there is soil degradation, that means there is imbalanced hydrological balance. There is more losses by runoff, there is more losses by evaporation, and because of this, there is crop yield losses. So the hypothesis here is, if there is imbalanced soil hydrology, that means because of the deteriorated physical quality and absence of mulching practices, then there will be yield losses. So the solution is, as it has been suggested by many, conservation agriculture can contribute in mitigating and reducing this soil degradation. And but implementing conservation agriculture is not easy. It has many challenges. But here, what I'm going to talk is one of the challenge. Although conservation agriculture has three principles, minimal tillage, crop rotation, crop residue retention, but farmers may not properly implement it. They might take two of the principles or one of the two of the principles. Anyways, there might be impartial implementation of conservation agriculture. So here, what I'm going to talk is how this impartial application can, discourage, farmers from implementing. If it is properly implemented, it can contribute, to encourage, it can contribute, to increase crop yields. But if it is not properly implemented, it might not increase the yields. So the objective is just to see the long-term, the short-term, the short-term impacts of CA systems, on soil moisture dynamics and crop yield. So the study site was at the University of Fort Hare farm, and the soil was sandy soil. It's semi-arid with rainfall from 400 to 600 millimeter. And the experiment was established, in 2012 in December. So there is a large amount of data that is collected. That's why I'm getting back to analyze this data. It was collected by colleagues. So the experimental design is a split plot design. So there is a main plot, which is tillage. There is subplot, crop rotation, and the subplot, it was crop residue. So in the conventional, there is, in the tillage, there is conventional and no tillage. And in the crop rotations, there were 4 crop rotations, maize, fallow maize, maize, fallow soybean, and maize, wheat, maize rotation, and maize, wheat, soybean. And this, in the crop residue management, it was removed, and also retained it. So there was the data collected for daily for 3 years. So there was soil moisture data that was collected, and soil moisture, soil temperature and soil moisture, and also crop yield that were collected. So I will, these are the data that I want to present now. So if you see here, On the top there is the rainfall. On the lower side there is soil moisture content. As you see, this is for 3 depths, for 3 soil depths. The data was actually collected for 5 depths, but what I'm presenting here is the topsoil part. So as you see here, the conventional system at the beginning, in the year, as you see, the conventional system has more moisture than the no-tillage system. So this is because of the tillage practices, the fresh tillage. It increases the infiltration and also, the moisture in the soil. But after some time, then it starts to form crust, So there is more moisture in the no-tillage system as compared to the conventional system. So it is not consistent throughout the throughout the year. So there is, because of the tillage, the fresh tillage, there is more moisture at the beginning, at the planting time in the conventional system as compared to the no-till system. But later in the season, then it increases, so the moisture increases in the no-till system. So this is, for the topsoil. So as you can see, early during tillage time, because of the tillage, the fresh tillage, there is more moisture in the no-tillage system. But later it increases, there is more moisture later in the no-till system as compared to, the conventional system. So, but if you go deeper, it's not the same because it might be because of the evaporation. Although there is more moisture in the conventional system, even at planting time, when you go deeper, into 20 centimeter. So in the the story in the topsoil is not the same as, in the 20 centimeter below. This might be because of, the evaporation, because of the crop residue that might reduce the evaporation losses. So this is also for the second year. So as you see, there is a consistent increase in moisture. So the early phase, there is less moisture during planting in no-till systems, but later in the second year, it was almost consistently high moisture on the no-till system, and this is because of the mulching, the crop residue on the surface. So I was trying also to look the crop rotations, the impact of crop rotations, but it was not significant. So for this, for example, it is about crop residue retention and crop rotation under no-till system. So the difference was not significant. But here, under the CT system, conventional system, so the moisture was high in the maize, wheat, soybean system, and it was lowest in the maize, wheat, maize rotation system. And also here, with the crop residue removal, in the no-till system, so the highest was moisture was the cumulative. Here I'm talking about the cumulative soil moisture content. So it was high in the maize, wheat, soybean, and this is actually under no system, but the crop residue was removed. So in this case also, it is CT system, conventional system, but the crop residue is retained. And here it shows, the wheat maize has more moisture than the maize, wheat, soybean. So this shows that crop rotations influence, the moisture available in the soil. And also we measure the soil temperature. As you can see, the highest temperature was, the highest soil temperature was measured in the no-till residue removal as compared to the no-till residue retained. So retaining the residue, can reduce the soil temperature. That means it can reduce the evaporation, water loss by evaporation. So this was consistent, in both cases. So when we see the yield, so what was contributing for the yield in the short term? So the main contributor, for the yield is the residue. It's not the crop rotation, it's not the tillage, but the crop residue management was important. So as we see in the table, there was no significant difference in yield because of tillage, and also, the interaction tillage with crop residue, tillage with rotation. There was no significant contribution. The only contribution that it was found was from the residue management. So here is just a picture. As you see, there is more biomass in the no-till system as compared to the conventional system. So what I can conclude from this is, CA, with residue retention, it has positive impact on soil water storage, but it's not consistent, early phase of conservation agriculture implementation. So the yield was also positively affected, and no tillage improved, the soil moisture content overall. But in in the first year, it was not consistent, as I said earlier. And the cumulative soil moisture content under the no-till system with crop residue retention was higher, under maize, wheat, soybean. So including the soybean also, contribute, to increase the moisture availability. And thank you.
Thank you. You did good. Is there any question? Any questions, please? We can have one or two short questions before breaking for lunch. What do you think is the value of your research to the farmer and to industry?
Yeah, it is important in terms of what kind of crop rotations they have to include, for better yield. And also, it is important, the main factor is the crop residue. So, in partial adoption, like sometimes farmers, they just do no-till system, but it's not conservation agriculture. Without residue, they may not achieve, the yield as compared to the conventional system. Still, the conventional system can perform better under in the absence of crop residue. So the crop residue is important. So if there is crop residue, in the absence of, it should be in the absence of tillage. So if there is tillage, and if even crop residue is retained, still because the physical presence of the crop residue is important on the surface. So if there is tillage, it will be incorporated. So that's the message I would like to send.
Thank you so much. Any last question? Okay, there's a question there. Do we have a microphone? I'll take it to you.
Hello. Speak up. Hi. Can you hear me? Since you said it's important to have crop residue, doesn't that pose any dangers of pests and diseases or sometimes bacteria and fungi if you leave the crop residue in the field?
Yeah, in conservation agriculture, there are three principal components. There is minimum tillage, there is crop rotation, and there is crop residue management. So the crop rotation is there for this, to avoid these diseases and pests. So if you implement crop rotation, leaving crop residue will not, favor, the pests and diseases. So you can use this crop rotation. So proper crop rotation can help with that.
Okay, thank you so much. We can break for lunch. Enjoy.